So karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. It's my hope that you are doing well. Let me share the show with some of the people. Maybe Stone PK kama ataweza kuingia atupe brief of what is happening, but nimesikia ile contingent imemwaga huko mbele is so serious. Nimesikia wamemwaga sijui karibu polisi 100. No, not 100,000. So let me just try to get Stone PK and anaweza tupea hiyo brief kidogo. Karibuni. But serikali inaonekana kuna mchezo iko nayo which is not very good, the way they are behaving. Sijui kwa nini wana pretend ni kama huu ndio uchaguzi wa kwanza tunafanya, but frankly speaking whatever is happening is not good, but all in all tutafuatilia, and I hope that Kenyans will get justice. Let me share the link with the Stone PK. Karibuni. Ya karibuni show na wangojea pole pole, so najaribu kusambaza link kidogo ili watu wakuje. Nasambaza link. Msimamo hata nataka link. Msimamo hata ni namba yako nilikuwa nikitafuta nikurushie, but ndio hiyo link, ndio hiyo hapo. Lakini ile mambo nimesikia huko mbele ati wameweka polisi mamia na mamia somewhere in Chicago there. Then kuna video ingine nimeona ya Wafula anasema there was an exit, although pia sisi tumefanya exit report hapa. Karish will get over 70 kesho. Hoping that hakutakuwa na hiyo ujinga ya manke, hakutakuwa na hiyo manke business. Yeah, Karish should easily win that race tomorrow. So hapo hati hakuna kitu ya kuongea. Watu washakataa serikali. Nimeona kuna nguna amechapwa vibaya sana pande ya Maraba. Na kama ni raia wamefanya hivyo, hongera. Hiyo ni tamu sana, hata hiyo imenifurahisha sana. Kuna raia wamefanya civic duty na wamechapa raia mwingine hapo vibaya sana, yule ambaye alikuwa analeta nyokonyoko. Na nataka at least tukue na hiyo civic responsibility. Tusiruhusu tabia mbaya iendelee kwa vituo za upigaji kura, alafu tukuje hapa kucomplain baadaye. Na kuna kitu tunaweza fanya saa hii. So hiyo kwa kusema ukweli ni jambo la busara raia, sababu hapa hatuna serikali inaweza tusaidia. Hapa sasa ni sisi kuchukua sheria mikononi mwetu when things happen. Sasa nimesikia ati Murkomen anasema ati unapiga kura na unaenda nyumbani. Unaendaje? Unapiga kura na unaenda nyumbani. Ati hakuna maneno ati watu kukua kwa vituo za kupigia kura. It's something which got me by surprise, but hilo I don't think kama uvunji sheria tunaenda nyumbani aje. So I'm looking for those videos because na kwanza kuna serikali imepundulia Guinea Bissau claims total control. Acha kwanza niweke, those are very good news kwanza kabla niweke za huku kwetu. Acha niweke, this is very good news. Acha tuanze na hii news ya Guinea, very sweet. Mimi napendanga mambo kama hii. Hawa watu wamejinasua.
Fit 360 waistband versus a soccer ball. Will it stretch?
Right now, a coup has been confirmed in Guinea-Bissau. Now, earlier today, we heard heavy gunfire outside the presidential palace just days after general elections took place. Let's have a listen to that. Crowds of people were seen running from near the palace. Two candidates have claimed victory ahead of the release of results on Thursday. The incumbent, Umaro Sissoco Embalo, is seeking a second term. He ran against opposition contender Fernando Diaz and 11 others. Let's go to our correspondent, Nicholas Huck, who's live for us in Dakar in neighbouring Senegal. So, Nick, what exactly are you hearing about this coup?
What we heard from this press conference held at the military headquarters, where a group calling themselves the High Military Command for the Restoration of National Security and Public Order, effectively said that it discovered an ongoing plan to destabilize the country, saying with the participation of drug barons, and the aim was to destabilize the election results. Presidential election results were supposed to be announced on Thursday, tomorrow. And so they're just taking over power just as those results were going to be announced. Two main contenders, the incumbent president, Umaro Sissoco, and Fernandez Diaz, both claiming victory. Now, we don't know the whereabouts of the president, but what we know is that the presidential palace is heavily guarded as we speak, surrounded by the presidential guard, and we have the military deployed. There is fear that there could be ongoing violence. So during this communique, they announced that air, land, and sea borders are closed and a curfew in place in the country. Malin?
Nicholas, give us some context here, because Guinea-Bissau, one of the poorest countries in the world, in Africa, what does this mean now for ordinary people in the country?
It is one of the poorest countries, but it is also what the United Nations, but also U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency call a narco state, one of the biggest narco state in Africa. Why? Well, because it's on the western point of the African coast, and Latin American drug dealers use Guinea-Bissau to funnel cocaine that then is led and sold on the markets in Europe. And so in this communique, it really points to the fact that the drug traffickers were involved in this election, and that's what they were trying to thwart. There's been accusation that the drug money has infested both the political arena, but also the military itself. A couple of years ago, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency put up a sting that involved the naval chief of the country, accused of trafficking tons of cocaine through the country. But of course, none of that wealth is going to ordinary people. Most people live in poverty. And so during this election process, we saw both the incumbent president and the challenger saying that they would distribute more wealth, that their circumstances would get better. But it has not been the case. And yet another coup in a country that has suffered dozens of coups since independence in 1974 from Portugal.
Right, exactly. Malin? On that point, I understand it's experienced 4 coups since independence, as well as multiple attempted coups. Do we know for a fact if this coup is really ongoing, and what more can you tell us about it?
It's still unclear what's happening to the president himself. There's been attempted coups before, and that has helped the incumbent president to garner more strength. But what we know for sure is that the military is definitely in charge today, in charge of the country today. But it comes at a time where we've seen multiple coups in the region. It comes on the heels of an election process that civil society claimed wasn't free and fair. The main political party of the country, the PAIGC, wasn't able to have a candidate in this election. And so it was really Embalo Sissoco, the incumbent president, against the opposition contender, Jose Diaz, who was really trying to bring change to this process. So even though the polls were held under calm circumstances, as the election results were coming out today, we saw both contenders claim victory, and that's where the military stepped in.
Yeah,
Marlene?
didn't we hear from the head of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, just a few days ago, who were observing the election, praising the election, saying that the whole process had been incredibly peaceful. So the developments that we're seeing now, will they have come as a surprise to most people, to most observers?
Yeah, that seems to be a discrepancy with what civil society says, of course. And this is one of the accusations that many people in civil society say about the West African body of ECOWAS, that is accused of being a club for presidents trying to cling on to power. And so what we've seen is there was an election process that was calm, but that doesn't mean that it was free and fair. The fact that one of the main political parties, the PAIGC, that has been offering candidates that have that was the party from which the main prime minister was from in previous governments, wasn't able to run in the race, really is a blow to the electoral process. Not only that, the fact that the opposition was clamped down, the fact that there wasn't enough space for discontent to be expressed inside Guinea-Bissau leads to an election that feels not free and fair, at least from the perspective of civil society. And in this instability, that's where the military steps in. And it happened not just in Guinea-Bissau, but it happens in neighboring countries. We saw it in Niger, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, where the trust in the democratic process is not there among many people in the country. And what they want to see change, they want to see more democracy, but also a trickle-down effect of the wealth that's promised by these politicians to the people. Marlene?
Okay, Nicholas, thank you for that. Nicholas Hack, our correspondent there in Dhaka. And just to update you on this breaking news that is coming through to us, more details.
Julia, you can react to that latest news from Guinea-Bissau kabla tuingie kwa Karish. Kuna serikali imepinduliwa hapo. Ya, wamepindua na wamejisaidia.
Yaani hata wakutupea warning.
Guinea-Bissau washapindua na wame detain rais sahi. Rais ako mateka.
Hao watu wote na watu wasende mimi kama napenda ghasia. Hiyo ndio dawa. Ama Njiro unaonaje?
Kwani Julia, hata wakisema unapenda ghasia kuna shida gani?
Juu unaona nimesikia ati Marava stima imepotea. Sasa hiyo ndio kitu inafanyanga watu fanya hivi vitu kama hizi. Unaona Njiro?
Na mbona wanapoteza stima? Because like I don't understand. The rights are supposed to be there naturally. Lakini wasithubutu mbele ile kitu.
Unaona hizo tabia zinafanya watu wa Guinea-Bissau wafanye kile wamefanya. Unajua hivyo Njiro?
Of course. Na kwa mbele nasikia wamepeleka polisi 1,000.
Unaona sasa?
Na armored vehicles. Unajua zile armored vehicles? Zile magari za polisi.
Watu wapike kula.
I think wanataka kutifua and I hope watu wajaenda kuua watu.
Unaona, I think now Ruto akisidi kufanya hivyo kesho mbele, I think dawa nyingine itafutwe sasa.
No, we should do a very critical analysis Julia kesho. Depending na vile uchaguzi itafanyika kesho.
No, if he decides to intimidate people and there will be no voting, what else should we do, Njiro?
I understand, but ile kitu nasema tomorrow should tell us 2027 itakaa namna gani. Actually tomorrow we should be able to make a decision if 2027 tutachaguana ama tutachaguana. Kesho
what else should we do? Tumesema tuende
kutumia nguvu sasa. Ni kutumia nguvu sasa kimapavu.
Wewe Njiro mtu tosi agenda gwekwa atereke Njiro na Gikuyu.
Huyo ni kumngoa sasa.
Ona sikung'ona kurekerio.
Yeah, because unajua already ashatupia ni mock. Unajua hii ni mock. Hii inatuona. Kama sasa nasikia Ezakon ati anasema ati this is one of the most credible election amewahi ona. Ethicon. Ati hata hakuna hizo vitu watu wanaripoti za ati voter bribery ni uongo. You saw already that guy is not serious.
He's not serious.
And I think that's the first, we will do our SWOT analysis, and I think the opposition should do their SWOT analysis, and we should come up with an agreement that if Ruto is doing this in Mbeere, and what about intimidation ya 2027? Sasa we need a more serious buffer. History ya kusema tu ati huyu jamaa tunamtoa na uchaguzi. It's like this guy has decided to fall down with the crowds.
Ameamua. Na ninakwambia Njiru. Hiyo story nasikia ati wanapanga kufanya. Wakifanya, then sasa it should be clear to us that hakuna vile tutakuwa na uchaguzi wa huru na haki. And it should be clear to us hakuna vile atakufanya uchaguzi na saidia. So we should be having an alternative. And what is the alternative? Your guess is as good as mine. Alternative ni nini?
Huyu jamaa itabidi apangiwe kitu because
hapana. They cannot sit down there and think that now they've get
najaribu kutafuta hiyo contingent Let me see. Najaribu kutafuta sababu nimeona contingent ya mapolisi wengi sana like
ukweli akizuia watu kupiga kura kesho. Wacha tu watu wanafikanga mwisho akizuia watu kupiga kura kesho. Kama mimi ninasikia nimekasirika sasa mpaka leo na kichwa.
Because actually hata ile kitu imenishangaza Wamarwa yeye mwenyewe ati anasema wanataka kuarrest Gachagua na Kalonzo kesho. He said like there is such attempts like they want to do that at waachilie kesho yake after uchaguzi imeiva.
Unaona? Now if they do that, what else should mtu anijibu tu? What else should Kenyans do? Ni nini ingine tutakana tufanye? I'm very annoyed Jiru. Nilianza kuona ati stima imepotea siji Marava. Nikaanza kukasirika.
Wacha nitafute hiyo ya nani ya Wamarwa. I think Wamarwa should be.
Nimekasirika tayari.
Wacha niweke hii ya Wamarwa so that Wamarwa can tell us hiyo story ya ati wanataka kuarrest Kalonzo na Gachagua waachiliwe baadaye. Hiyo video inaongea?
Iongei.
Maybe ni commute. Just a moment.
Nyewe polisi, labda wenzangu wameongea Kiingereza, wacha ni seme kidogo kwa Kiswahili na nieleze Wakenya wazalendo ya kwamba tumepata habari ya njama na kuiba kura serikali hii ya broad based. Njama hii imetekelezwa kupitia IEBC commissioners wenyewe, polisi wa Kenya, na kuna wahuni ambao tayari wametayarishwa, wamepelekwa kule Mbeere, wamepelekwa Magarini, wamepelekwa Malava kule Kakamega. Na njama hii ni kwamba hawa wahuni wataanzisha fujo wakiwa chini ya ulinzi wa polisi, na polisi wataingilia kati kujifanya ni kama wanatuliza na waweze kusimamisha upigaji kura katika sehemu hizi tatu ambazo serikali tayari dalili imeonyesha watashindwa. Wanataka kugeuza uamuzi wa wananchi. Yetu leo ni kuambia chairman Ethicon na commission ya IEBC ya kwamba wana nafasi nzuri sana kuonyesha ya kwamba hii ni tume huru isiyoegemea upande wowote. kupitia yale ambayo malalamishi tumefikisha mbele yao, kuanzia na mambo ya hongo kwa wapiga kura. Haswa jana kumekuwa na women rep wa Kakamega BLC Mahanda akigawa chakula cha msaada, relief food, mchele, maharagwe, akipeana mattress na blanketi ambazo mimi nilikuwa napeana nikiwa waziri wa special programs. Wale wamepata majanga kule Turukana, mafuriko kule Nyanza na kwingineko. Hii ni chakula ya dharura kusaidia msaada wale wameumia. Sio wapiga kura, wakulima wa bidii ambao wana chakula chao, lakini wanatumia chakula cha serikali, mattress za serikali, kununua wapiga kura wapigie kura. Sio hiyo tu, njama ya pili kando na hongo ni kutumia fujo. Na hii fujo itakuwa kupitia hawa wahuni na polisi. Silaha hizi mbili za hongo na fujo tumejua zitatekelezwa wapi na nani. Kama Malava, nimetoka huko jana, mbunge wa Lugari Bwana Nabina Bwera, tunajua ya kwamba wewe ndio komanda ambao umepewa jukumu hilo. Tunajua ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Wetangula, Mheshimiwa Mudavadi, Mheshimiwa Oparanya na viongozi wenzetu kutoka magharibi mwa Kenya wamekuwa kwenye njama hii wakiongozwa na none other than Faruk Kibet, msaidizi wa rais, karani wa rais. Sasa ndio mdosi wa hawa jamaa. Kile anasema is what goes in Malava. Ameishi kule mwezi mzima hajaondoka. Na leo tutataka tumwambie Bwana Faruk Kibet, ile njama umepanga tunajua. Kulikuwa na njama ya kwamba viongozi waweze kushikwa. Mheshimiwa Senator Halwale is targeted for arrest. Tunajua kuanzia usiku huu niko natafutwa. Senator Cleo Malala, governor anatembea na viongozi ambao wanaongoza kampeni zetu. Hii njama wanataka waweze kutisha wananchi wasijitokeze kupiga kura wakisikia viongozi wao wameshikwa, na polisi wengi wamemwaga watu waogope kujitokeza. Tunataka tuambie tume hii, mtihani huu msiopita, mjue ya kwamba tayari mtakuwa umeanguka.
Machine learning is advancing, but businesses wonder if some machines can keep up.
Let's welcome our new coworker.
Kama ni mock exam, this is a litmus test kwa tume hii. Na Bwana Ethekon with your commissioners, trust is earned in the public, is earned. And once you lose it, you can never recover it. This is like virginity, once lost can never be recovered. You have an opportunity. Muna nafasi nzuri kudhibitisha wazi ya kwamba ninyi ni tume huru. But beginning tonight, going into tomorrow, mjue ya kwamba kama viongozi wa upinzani twajua zile njama mmepanga na mtahusika. Sitaki niseme mengi, niombe ya kwamba wapiga kura, supporters wetu, msiogope, mjitokeze. Tutakuwa nanyi kuanzia usiku wa leo hadi usiku wa kesho. Kura zikihesabika, tuko na vijana wetu wamejitokeza. Uamuzi tayari vile tumetembea kama United Opposition, tukiwa Kakamega, tumekuwa Mbere, tumekuwa Magarini, wananchi wa Kenya washaamua. Jaribio la kugeuza uamuzi wa Wakenya naweza likaleta maafa kama yale tumeona Tanzania. Na haya tunaambia Bwana Ruto, Kenya si Tanzania. Lakini huenda ukageuza Kenya kuwa Tanzania beginning tomorrow, kama yale Suluhu alifanya kule Tanzania, na watu wastaarabu kabisa wa Tanzania wakajitokeza. It will be worse in Kenya if you try. Let the people decide. That is the essence of democracy. Do not try to subvert the will of the people. Hiyo ni ilani tu tunatoa, na tunasema ya kwamba wapigaji kura mjitokeze. Ile fujo tumeona pale Kabuchai, nimekuwa na Mheshimiwa Gachagua kule Narok, ile fujo tuliona pale. It is very clear that this commission has been compromised. But you have 24 hours to prove yourselves. Asanteni sana.
That's 1 minute. Yeah, sure. I forgot one thing. We have credible information as part of the strategy. In case they don't succeed during the day to introduce the pre-marked ballots, the officers in civilian will cause chaos at 5 to delay the counting until nightfall. And once it's dark, the PS for energy, Alex Wachira, has confirmed to everybody that there will be power blackout in all these areas so that it creates the best environment for chaos and for getting the pre-marked ballots into the ballot box. We want the CS Energy or PUADI to confirm to the people of Kenya, because it's important, that there will be no power blackout in those areas where there are by-elections. Because this will be a clear testimony that all institutions in this country have failed, and they are part of the Kenyan fraud of stealing from the people of Kenya their birthright. Alex Wachira has confirmed in that meeting that was in Embu. And what I must tell these government people is that the police force is as dissatisfied as the rest of Kenyans. That police force is divided right in the middle. All those things, they are being planned, they are being relayed to us in real time. Because these are also parents. Their payslips have been raided. The police, they are complaining. SHA deductions, housing levy, they are equally discontented. Most of presiding officers who have been approached, they are teachers. They are very discontented. So all those things you are planning using government might is in public knowledge, and it will be relayed as it comes. So we also ask the media finally, please keep an eye on the happenings tomorrow. Have your teams everywhere. You have a responsibility. This is your country, to inform the people of Kenya what is going on.
Okay, so I think we can react based on that, and naona pia Stone PK yako hapa. Stone PK, you will make us react, na itakuwa vizuri. I'm here. So maybe Stone PK mkuwa na juria as we talk. I will be in the show, lakini nitatoka kidogo, lakini nitarudi. I need to join a meeting somewhere, but I'm here. Nimekisikia na nataka kutoka kidogo, nitawaambia. But go ahead, Stone. You can tell us how the field is.
Yeah, hata mimi nitakuwa on and off because bado niko gange. Drive. So Julia, habari gani Njiru? We had spoken earlier. Yes, it's good Njiru, umeona what our lion is saying. Our warrior, he is actually updated, just like what I was telling you. The good thing is that whatever is being talked and planned, Gachagua has put it very well, because this information is coming from the same people that are being told, do this, do that. In Serikali, there were strong words that were being used, like such that, like you cannot allow the government that you are serving to be embarrassed. You cannot allow, you know, that kind of indoctrination, trying to, it is trying to make people, there is a psychological word for that, whereby you are being subdued to feel like it is a serious, one moment.
Okay, Stone PK, I think that's okay. Maybe you can react to us. Able to ambia, what have you heard about the contingent? I have heard there is a very huge and heavy contingent in Chicago. specifically Chicago girls, and that environment of intimidation. So can you tell us how the government is trying to provoke people deliberately?
Sorry. Yeah. So after the briefing that took almost half of the day, I don't know when we ever had such briefing. Your briefing huwa inafanywa when you have an enemy country, planning. When you're planning war, we had a half a day briefing on how they are supposed to handle, their askaris. My friend counted these heavily armored vehicles, which I never saw even during our normal elections. I don't think we have armored vehicles hovering around. This is something that, the international community, I hate calling international community, but this is something very ridiculous. It's like we are at war. The security we are talking about is like now we are being invaded by a neighboring country. And that's why you find like the school where the counting will be done, the tallying rather, Chicago girls, it's a barrack. You can only call it a barrack. Then when you look at what is happening in Chicago town itself, you have more policemen than Raya. I mean, I'm not exaggerating, but when a normal country like Kenya, when for every step, if it was Rwanda and Uganda, I would understand. But in our country, Kenya, when for every 3-4 people you count, you are seeing 10 policemen. Ama for every steps you make, unapiga kona hivi ni ya maaskari, masubaru, hizi magari za Subaru, the unmarked and all that, which was cited right from yesterday. It is actually the intimidation. Ndio ile tunaitaka kuuzia watu fear, because the aim and purpose is to ensure there is no turnout. That is now the card that the government is relying on. Suppress the turnout so that at least that way, with the low turnout, you are able to play around with figures and say like the government wins with a margin of kidogo margin, because a win is a win. Even 3 votes, 4 votes, if it's pronounced you have 5 votes more than me, it's a win. But now the people are being asked to come out in large numbers. The target of the opposition, or what we are selling, what the opposition is telling Mwananchi, is that we hit the target of at least 60%, meaning we should have more than 25, 26, 27,000 votes. So that way now, with the big turnout, of course, we have big volume for Karis, which has turned out completely. The latest survey, the opposition was having 2 different companies that were doing the survey, and the results they brought, the last results we arrived, Karis had even shot in some areas. Karis was scoring 90%, some areas 80-something%, because now people have now been angered even more. Yaani watu sasa ni hasira, unajua ile ni kama umechokoza nyuki sasa. All right, so and out of that anger, wherever they will be, the people will be crowding, or watu wakipatikana, especially in the strongholds, these guys are planning kukaa wakichokoza, kutupa tear gas, just creating a commotion so that people get scared to go voting, which is very, 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 very sad. It is true, everything will be recorded. Like for us, we have, we have 2 of our team members who will be observing, and they'll be able to, he will be able to share some of those live situation updates. Yeah, that's the much we can do. And I believe the same thing with even the international observers and all that. That's the much we can do. The voters, it is voting to vote, and then we go outside. The way we were saying, we wait at the polling station. They are planning to scatter people, because already Murkomen has issued, in quotes, it's like a pre-warning that there is nobody who is required to be within the vicinity. This is strange. because the law says people can hang around as they wait and jubilate 100 meters away from the polling station. So why are you saying mtu akipiga kura lazima aende nyumbani? I only saw that in Uganda. That is where Museveni says ukipiga kura toka enda nyumbani. I mean, how do we seriously? How do we contain and condone this kind of nonsense? In my own opinion, I think our country is done. Thank you. I think our country is done as far as the elections are concerned. I'm not talking like I'm losing hope, but I can imagine if anybody can stand na unatoa warning, itafika mahali hata unaambiwa hata 2-3 people should not be seen talking during election. Yani hauwezi tembea na mwenzako. Where are we headed? And we are waiting and people are watching hii mambo iende ikiteremka, and we are sinking deeper and lower. All right? Somebody was saying, oh, opposition is crying wolf. No, it's not crying wolf. Opposition is just highlighting. We are highlighting the flaws that we are seeing. Because what it will be, itakuwa, oh, okay, sasa imekuwa hivi, and then continue. That's a chorus we all are very used to. Then somebody will ask me, Stone PK, what do you think? What should we do? I'll say, I don't know. Because if I say what we should do, then people will start saying, hapana wewe, wacha hiyo yako. Because sasa kila kitu kishashindikana. Mpaka unaambiwa, yani, for the last time we were voting, ilikuwa tunavote and we hang around. What's wrong with hanging around and you are not hanging around in the polling station? Now inasemekana ukipiga kura toka kimbia kwenda nyumbani. You should not be seen around. That is the latest that has been issued. You're being told that you don't have to hang around. Ati hiyo maneno ya kusema kulinda kura is nonsense. Yani hawa watu wamefika kiwango, mwananchi walai, when we talk of Ugandans are suppressed sijui na nini, Wakenya tunajisahau. Wakenya we are even worse, because when you had freedom and then it's taken away, you are worse than the guy who has never had it. That is the situation we are in. And if you see what is on the ground, and I hope our teams can be able to discreetly kind of display some of that. I'll try to look some clips I got earlier from some friends. You can't imagine magari ya maji, magari ya combat. Yeah. So 2 things: suppress the votes so that they rig. That is what I would call it. Because when you intimidate people, scare people, then what are you saying? Akina mama wasitokeleze. Can imagine ukipiga vitoa machozi na akina mama wazee na wazee wale wazee wao wakiwa huko wamepanga laini, unafikiria atarudi hapo? Hakuna hatarudi. It will not be possible. When you have tear gas all over, what will happen? Then they'll be able now to stuff the boxes the way they want. Yeah. So at least, yeah, let's be forewarned. Let's see what is gonna happen. But I'm just appealing to people to tutokeleze kabisa. Yeah, hata tukiwa scattered, it's okay, but tutokeleze bila uoga. We better right there, we are chased, then it's on record. Back to you, Bwana Njiru or Julia or anybody who wants to changia. Who is moderating?
Jiru amejitoa kama kawaida.
Jiru ako
sijui nani yule mwingine, si Njero ama ni nani? Wewe mwenye
naona Joseph
ni mimi.
Njero, karibu. Siku mingi.
Habari kazi.
Hai kazi.
Nimeamuka tu niulize swali moja tu. Na swali yangu, aya, unaona huyo DP Muturi ako na wafuasi yake, ameandikisha wangapi? Haya, kuko watu wanakaa mbele wanafuata DCP, wako na watu gapi? Hiyo ndio Queen. Yote kusuguka huko hoe wameandikisha wafuasi gapi? Hiyo ndio unajua una win. How many people you got wanakufuata? Sauli hii ya kusema wanaibia, wanafanya hivi. Hapa ndio mimi naona mfuasi wa tuseme like Libru hawezi kuenda kupigia vote kwa ule chama haiko kwa ile chama. Wakenya wanafanya hivyo ama inaenda namna gani? Ni mtu tu anaamka anasema niko na vote, I'm going vote. Huko chama wanafuata, ameingia, kwani wanalipishwa? Walaia wanalipishwa kuingia kwa chama? Hiyo ndio my swali nauliza. Muturi anajua ako na wafuasi gapi kwa DP na Gachagua anajua ako na DCP mbele ni wafuasi gapi? Sauli wote wanaweka kikapu moja. Sasa si wangefanya hii hesabu baada ya kusema haya tunaibiwa nini, hao wafuasi wasaa wabiwa, hii ndio mtu wako unafuata na mimi nafuata na Muturi, okay, hapo ndio unaweka kula. Hii makelele yote ni ya nini?
Jero, acha nikujibu haraka haraka. Hiyo formula uko nayo ni ya Europe. In Africa the party doesn't matter, especially in this, kama kwa hii election watu wanajulikana. It is about those who are for UDA and those who are against the UDA. It doesn't matter which party you are in, so long as uko kwa opposition. Hakuna ati Austin PK ni DCP, huyu mwingine ni. The fight is those who are voting against Ruto and those who are voting for Ruto. So it doesn't matter which party you belong. This is united opposition. It is mtu kuenda kupiga kura, tunaenda unapigia Karis ama wa Mudhende. And we know the number of votes, we know the registration of voters. Unfortunately, you are not there in the show yesterday. We have a total of we have 25,000, I think over, was it 25? We know we have the total registered voters, and that's why we are saying for us, we just want to get 60% of the total registered voters. And that way, then of course, vote will be counted, 1, 2, 3, 4. So haijalishi kama wewe ni wa DCP, ama wewe ni wa DP, ama wewe ni wa nini. That party system doesn't work in Kenya. All right, what works is nani anaoppose nani, that's it, period. Okay, so na haitakikani kujulikana, haijalishi kama Muturi ako na watu wake, Gachagua ako na watu wake. Watu wa Gachagua na watu wa Muturi wote ni pamoja. So wakipiga kura kwa wingi, ile pande itakuwa na kura mingi ndio itawin. Okay, so kuibiwa nayo, I know people who live outside the Kenya, wale ambao wanaishi in the countries that do things very right. That's why most people argue that they don't understand when Kenyans say the votes have been stolen. Tukiishi huku civilized world, we become so ignorant about wizi ile inaendanga kwa Afrika. Yet hiyo wizi inafanyika hata huku kwa civilized world. There is rigging even in the civilized world, only that people are in denial. And in civilized world, when they rig, they don't make it loud because ni aibu. Hawataki kusikika, wana aibu, ile aibu iko Africa. Like when the Capitol Hill was invaded, hiyo inaitwa nini? That was covered. Manake ni aibu ya dunia ile kubwa kabisa. Nothing, it has never happened. Hiyo ni vile Africa kuna kuanga. What am I saying, Njeru? That the stealing is there. Kama sasa, one of the way they steal is that wata cause commotion, kukue na confusion, you know, na wakati wa confusion, they will put in votes wataweka, watastaff box na mark votes. Saa hii already there is rumors that they had some voters card already marked. That has been a way of stealing votes in Africa. Votes zinamarkiwa for one candidate a week, even before, a day, even a month before, zinafichwa. Hizo zitaletwa zikidistributiwa kwa maboxes. During that created confusion. So rigging is real, Njeru. Thank you.
Haya, question nyingine, unaona hapo Kiambu, unakumbuka ule mkutano na vijana walikuwa wameshikwa, wanaambiwa ati ni Perele, ndio walichoma ile Kikuyu police station. Walikuwa wanaenda kijiji kuandikisha wa Kenya wakuwe DCP. Hapo ndio mtu anahesabu. Wa Kenya Wanjiku ni lazima afundishwe. Ukiingia hii chama na walipishwe, Wanjiku hawezi kulipa hiyo chama sauli aende kusimama. Wale wa kulipa ni wale wanasimama. Sasa ndio wanataka kufundishwa, ukiingia hii chama, hii ndio chama yako. Na hiyo ikifanywa hivyo, hakuna vita itakuwa huko tena, ama watu wanauawa bure. Unajua tu ni siri yako, wewe uko chama ya ngapi, utakani kwenda huko town kusema wewe ni DCP, wewe unajua tu wewe ni mpigani wa DCP wa DP au DCP. Unanyamaza tu, unaenda unapiga kula, unaenda nyumbani. Sa ule mwenye ile chama anajua kuna wafuasi wangapi. Hiyo tu ndio inatakana huko. Hiyo kurukaruka huko kusema sinajua, ule anajua niko na wafuasi hii area. Na ni wangu. Na wawezi kubadilika, wanaweka kula, wanaenda nyumbani. Sasa hii kufanya sasa kuchanganyikiwa hii ajui ni nani anapigia kula. Ni lazima hii yote wanaendesha gari kila siku, hata hakuna campaign, wanaenda kila pahali. Hiyo ni kuandikisha watu. Hiyo ndio swali yangu nauliza tu, wanaandikishanga watu wa wafuasi, ni wafuasi wangu. Tuko na mwanamke mmoja hapa tu anaendaga kijiji kama Gachagua alifanya, na saa yote ana win. Sauli yako na wafuasi.
Njero, the parties, hiyo theory nimekuambia, ama Julia utanisaidia. Hiyo theory ya parties is irrelevant in Kenya politics. It doesn't matter which party you are. Party inakuanga either you are opposing the government or not. Hii kuweka parties ni maua tu. It has no impact. All right? Haina impact. Impact ni candidate against or for the government. Yeah. Kwa hivyo hata
okay, rudisha hapa. Wanjiku ajui hiyo ndio inatakana afuate ile anafuata.
Wanjiku anafuata Stone PK, Njeru, anafuata mtu, anaambiwa leo turaikiria Njeru. That is what people follow. It doesn't matter the party. Wanafuata mtu, sera ya mtu. Wanjiku, Njeru, Njiro, hivyo. Hiyo ndio ina guide politics ya Kenya. Si party. Sasa what happens coincidentally, sasa watu wanatakikana na Wanjiku huwa wanaingia sasa ile party ambao kama sasa vile DCP inaonekana ndio inashika sana central kwa Wakikuyu, Mount Kenya. So utakuta candidates wazuri watajialign na hiyo DCP. Kwa hivyo Wanjiku hana shida, ako already covered, anajua who to vote for. There is no one time Wanjiku has been confused, Njeru. Hakuna, usidanganywe. I know people outside Kenya wanaambiwa the citizens don't know what. Hakuna, there's no one time that citizens have been confused. Citizens follow what they have been guided to do. Mkiwaambia wapigie Ruto kama vile Wakikuyu waliguide na Gachagua waliguide Wakikuyu wapigie Ruto, that is what they did. So there was no confusion, and they were clear about it. That's why they were saying in Ruto. There was no confusion. All right.
Okay, so, okay. Na yeah. Swali ingine, unaona hapa wanapigia kura huko kwa polisi. Si DP or DCP wako na watu wale wanaangalia, wanakaa pale mpaka hii hesabiwe. Wale wapiga kura wanakaa nje hivyo kufanya nini? Si ndio wanapigwa na polisi. Akiweka kura na wako na mtu amesimama pale kama vile Kuli alikuwa anafanya. Kuli alikuwa analala pale huko Kiambu. Sasa wanakaa pale nini? Aende kazi yake, kuna mtu ule anaangalia ile kula zao.
Labda Julia, labda unisaidie. Njeru, sijui ulitoka Kenya mwaka gani? Wacha Julia nisaidie. Julia?
Okay. Njeru, maneno ya Kenya ni tofauti sana. First and foremost right now, wanapanga kuweka ballots zenye zishakuwa checked UDA. So, kwa sababu ya watu kukaa nje ya police station, ni kusaidia wenye wako ndani, kwa sababu hao wenye ndani wanakuwa intimidated, wanawekwa baridi. Hata wanaweza shikwa. So, hiyo story ati waende nyumbani kama Amerika ama Australia, hiyo haifanyangi Kenya. Haifanyi. kwa sababu hata mwenye anapigisha kura hatumwamini presiding officer. Yeye ndiye mwenyewe ameambiwa aweke hizo fake ballot na Kasongo. So hiyo haitafanya Njeru. I hope unaelewa sasa tofauti ya Australia na Amerika na Kenya.
Vile niliona 2022 makaratasi ilikuwa inahesabu inauniliwa, wanachukua juu hivi, wanahesabu, wanasema Ruto ama wanasema Raila, wanaweka chini na kuko watu pale wanahesabu, wanainua, wanahesabu ile karatasi inawekwa yote, inahesabiwa police station. Hiyo ndio 100% the count. Nothing tuende pahali ingine iseme ilikuwa hivi. Ile ya polisi ile imehesabiwa pale, mkiwa pale, hiyo ndio correct. Sauli mlikuwa pale. Hii makelele yote ya kuuana ni nini?
Unajua ballot box zinaweza kuwa na ballot tayari, zimewekwa tayari.
Sisi inakuwa empty pale.
Unajua zinaweza kuwa nazo na makaratasi tayari.
Makaratasi si unachukua pale?
Unajua zinaweza kuwa na makaratasi tayari miko check, zimeshawekwa. Unajua hivyo, zinawezekana. Hiyo inawezekana.
Inawezekana, lakini wale wako huko ndani ndio wanaangalia hiyo box, niliona 2022 wanatigisa ile box, hakuna makaratasi pale. Niliona hivi.
Ile shida tuko nayo ni kwamba saa hii serikali imeamua kuweka watu baridi na polisi na nini wako police station. Sasa hiyo ndio tunalalamikia hapa, tunasema kwamba wamesema mpaka wananchi wasikae 100 meters waende nyumbani, kwa sababu wanataka nafasi ya kuleta hizo mabox zenye ziko na makaratasi tayari.
Swali ingine niliona wakipiga Gachagua na tia gasi akienda kufanya campaign kwa mtu yake pale. How? Kwa nini Gachagua, hiyo nchi yote ni Gachagua tu anasuluhiwa kuenda pahali? Anawezaje kuuza hii chama akiwa Ruto anamfungia kwenda nchi yote? Chini Mkenya. Kwa nini anakatazwa kuingia nalo? Sasa polisi ni nani alitoa Ruto? How?
Kauna unasema how ni kama ujui Kasongo.
No, Wakenya wako right. Listen Julie, saa zingine to stop joke. Akiona vile Gen Z walifanya, hapana, unaona Gen Z vile walifanya mwaka jana. Sasa akiwa anasuia mtu anapigania wa Kenya, anamkataza na ni yeye peke yake anakataza kwenda pahali. What is that meaning? What he meaning? Alikuwa anafikiria Raila ndio ako na opposition ama what is Ruto thinking? Opposition hii kwa ya Raila peke yake. Wakati alisika Raila anashika Raila anafikiria kuna opposition, kuko na opposition, anatakana aambio hivi. Na watu watoe fujo kabisa ya Gen Z wako tu pale. Hii kukataza mtu mmoja asitembee pahali anafugiwa tu Mount Kenya na Mount Kenya anamuingilia. Kwani Ruto ni yeye mwenye nchi yote? Hii ni kitu inasema tuko na opposition Kenya. Ni lazima watu wauawe. Polisi wanakuja wanapigia watu tia gasi, wanamkataza kuingia pale. Kwa nini? Sini kuongea anaongea aende zake. Pana hata nyinyi Kenya mmekaliwa sana na hiyo polisi, nini mmekaliwa kabisa. Nimeona huyo IBC akifanya nini mtihani jana na TV moja inamuuliza maswali. Nilisema juzi, nyinyi mnaona mtu anapeana pesa kwa line, Sauli tunaona tukiwa hapa. Chukua hiyo video. Alisema hivyo. Alisema bring evidence na umulike ule anafanya hivi, usiogope kustaki. Na hiyo ndio niliuliza juzi. Ikuwa imeambiwa usigonge, usipee mtu pesa, hakuna bribe. Chukua hiyo video, mko na simu huko wa Kenya. Alisema niletee hiyo video. Na wanapeana pesa nje huko, watu wanapanga line, wanapewa pesa. How? Hiyo ndio niliuliza juzi na yeye ndio amerudisha sasa. Amesema hakuna mtu ameleta hiyo video hapa. Hakuna mtu amecomplain. Sasa mkiweka kwa media, what benefits? Alirudisha swali mzuri sana. Alisema hakuna mtu amelalamika hapa kuleta hizo video ya watu wanapeana pesa. Endelea Julia, mimi nasikiza wewe.
So Njero, nataka kuambia penye Kenya imefika. Polisi wako pande ya Ruto, ami iko pande ya Ruto. Sasa wananchi wamewachwa peke yao. Hapo ndio Kenya imefika. Unfortunately. Na kama Ruto atainterfere na hii uchaguzi ya leo, hakuna haja ya uchaguzi Kenya. Sema kama PK. We should try another way now. There's no need for another election. We should not even campaign. That's my take. We should try another way.
Tunaona hiyo yote inaonyeshana. Mimi nimeona watu wengi wanapewa pesa pale. Hata huyu Kindiki anasema anunulie watu jana. Anasema mimi nanunulia watu kachai hapa. Hiyo is fair. That is fair. Ananunulia watu chai ya nini? Kwa nini juzi 1 month ago akununulia chai? Hiyo ndio inatakana. Huyu IBC amesema lete hiyo. Nionyeshe hivi unilete. Kuja kwa ofisi yangu. Tuone kama ni wa kweli. Walisema mulete hii evidence. Sasa wakisema ati Kasongo anafanya Kasongo. Kwani Kasongo ni Mungu? Wakenya ndio wanataka wajitayarishe. Waseme this is my life. Na nilisema juice, mtu anaenda kupiga hiyo kufanya nini hiyo fourth, sauli ya ile tabu na kula wewe. Sio kupiga mtu atinapenda huyu anapiga gita ama huyu ni mubede whatever. Ni shida zako uko nazo na watoto yako. Inafanya upige kula. Ukikosa unaendelea tu na hizo matabu. Ukienda kupiga unajua unapigia mtu unaamini hata fanya maisha yako ikuwe sawa. Sasa kupeo pesa 500 hata ukiwa 1000 utakula siku ngapi huko? Hii ndio inatakana wakati wanasurura huko wanapigwa na mbatia gasi ama wanaenda kusema join DCP. Discipline Wanjiku. Wanjiku have to know why you have to go. I don't think so they know. Sio ile ati huyu ni mtu yetu. Mtu wetu nini? Sasa hebu niambie Julie. Ona Gachagua hawezi kwenda kufanya campaign huko nini? Kitale. Why? Ruto alikuwa Mount Kenya kila pahali na Uhuru alikuwa pale anamwangalia. Nyinyi mnajua hivyo, na ndio ile swali anatakana media wamuulize wakati wanamuita hiyo interview, wamuulize straight face kwa face. How could you cover Mount Kenya 2022 na Uhuru alikuwa pale anakuangalia? Kwa nini Gachagua hawezi kwenda kufanya hivyo huko Kitale, huko kwao? Kwa nini? Hii media sijui ni nini, wamuulize hiyo swali. Why you stop this? Na wewe ulikuwa Mount Kenya kila pahali. Hakuna mtu alimuuliza. Saa zingine sijui hata watu wako wapi. Watu wazima wako huko. Unaona kama huu center anapigania sheria kila siku. Wangejua wakiona vile Ruto anatesa Gachagua, wako na right kwenda kotini, wasimamize hii. Waseme ni lazima huu mtu afike pale, aende kwa hii mpaka, aende kila pale anataka Kenya. Hakuna mtu wanaongea kwa media. So what? Wanaweza kusimamisha hii, waseme ni lazima hata huu mtu aende apiganie pale. Huyu Ruto alikuwa anasurura Kenya mzima, hakuna mtu amemuuliza. Kwa nini anasuia wengine? Hiyo ni sheria. You got right to go everywhere Kenya you want. Kwani amekuwa suluhu hiyo Tanzania hiyo?
Hata Suluhu afadhali. This time Ruto will be worse than Suluhu.
So Julie, unaona huyo mtu anapigania, mimi siwajui wawili. Kalisi nimesikia wimbo zake, yeye ni mtu ako na raha zake na anafanya na hakuna mtu anamcomplain vile anafanyia watu. Sasa huyu mtu usaona akiongea pale. Kidiki ndio anamuongelesha Kidiki, alafu ataingia kwa ngali aende Nairobi. Ule mtu atawachwa pale na wale watu, atawafanyia nini? Asa ongea kweli, anakaa nyuma ya Kidiki. How mtu tena imewekwa kwa gazeti, alikuwa ameimba pesa na anaendelea tu. Wakina wa Matete wako wapi? Wangesimamiza hii uchaguzi wakati ile ilifanyiwa hivyo, ile gazeti katoka, wangeenda kwa koti wasimamize huu mtu aongei, asemi kitu, akona haya hai, alafu ati anawini nini? Endelea Julia.
Hapo ndio Kenya tumefika sasa, wacha tugojee vile kutaenda, lakini kama vile mimi nimesema, kama Ruto atahangaisha watu mbele na Malava na kwingine, hakuna haja ya uchaguzi, tutafute njia ingine. Na hiyo njia sijui, lakini mimi naomba Wakenya watafute njia ingine.
Tunaona kama huyo Kawale, ule anaitwa Kawale, ule senator na huyo governor Matembea wamenyang'anywa security. Kwa nini? How? Ati mnadanganywa mtu anaenda kwa kanisa kila Sunday. Hata hii Sunday atakuwa kwa kanisa. Surely. Na kuko wajiga Kenya wanamfuata huu mtu. Na anajua watoto ngapi ameua. Kwani watu waoni? Watu wafikiri. Wacha hiyo bele hiyo. Kijana Mwangi alikuwa anaumizwa bure. Wakumbuki ile machozi ya baba yake alikuwa analia kwa koti. Na wanafuata huu mtu awaue kabisa. You don't have to come to say I'm doing this, I'm going to do this. Wangekuwa wamefanya hiyo miaka 3, wangekuwa wanaonyeshana kwa wananchi, hii kazi ndio tumefanya, ndio tunataka uchaguzi. Sio ati wakati uchaguzi inakuja ndio wanasema wanaweka hiyo mapito hapo ati tunafanya hivi. Wangekuwa wamefanya. Na hiyo pesa yote wanaharibu kupea watu. Mashule wana complain, hospitali wana complain, si waeke huko. Dunia zingine mimi sitaki. Sitaki kuwa huko. Sikuwa Julia.
So Njero, mimi natoka kidogo, sijui kama Njiro wako karibu.
Hata mimi nitaenda. Jirosi alisema anaenda pahali kidogo arudi. Usiniwache hapa, mimi naenda. Nilikuwa tu nataka kujua hiyo swali na mumerudisha, mimi na nyamaza tu niangalie sasa. Sauli, sitaki maneno kama hiyo inikule kichwa. Inafanya hata mtu halali. Ni ujinga ile iko Kenya, unaona? Haya, waheri Jiro na Julia.
Sijui, wacha tugoje ama ukae kile kitu tugoje Njiro arudi. Ameenda. Sasa sijui nitajiongeresha ama nitafanya aje. Njiro, kama uko unaweza cheza video moja hapo tuone. Tukigojea watu.
Wix. One platform, any website, unlimited creation.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, I'm glad to have you. And the purpose of this presser is for me to take this opportunity to thank the people who have supported us. I want to thank our supporters and people of goodwill in general for the support they have given us for the last 2 months. Secondly, I want to thank the media. The media has remained very objective. I have not come across any fake news from the mainstream media. I therefore want to celebrate you. Thirdly, I want to thank the local security apparatus, right from the commissioner, county commissioner, up to the police commander in the county, down to the police stations. They have not interfered with our campaigns at all. I want to thank them this much. Finally, but not least, I want to thank our opponents, because in the last 2 months, none of our rallies has been attacked by a team perceived to be from our opponents. And this is only limited to Kisa East ward in Huisero constituency and Malaba constituency. The only ugly incidents, which was one that we witnessed, was when we went to Chwele Kapijai ward in Kapijai constituency in Bungoma County, where goons sent by the Speaker of the National Assembly and led by his brother Fred Wetangula and his hatchet man Mutaki attacked us and actually opened gunfire on us. We are lucky that we survived, and we want to leave it to the people of Chwele Kapijai ward to make their statement tomorrow morning. Having thanked everybody, I want to use this opportunity again to inform the people of Malaba constituency that all through we have been running opinion polls. We have got our own impeccable opinion poll led by a desk that is very competent. The final result has come in at 10 a.m. this morning. In fact, it's the reason why I couldn't do the presser earlier, because I wanted that opinion poll to make a conclusion. And the good news is that the latest opinion poll, David Ndakwa has polled 23%, and Seth Panyako has polled 70.9%. I want to thank the people of Mandashbanga ward, Chemche ward, people of East Kabras, people of South Kabras, and the people of Butali Jekulo, because you are polling in excess of 70. This is important so that our supporters do not think that they are on their own individually. 70.9% of you are like-minded. You prefer to vote for Seth Panyako. I therefore want to use this opportunity to request you to remain steadfast and to make sure that you are at the polling station, as we told you, at 4 a.m. in the morning, so that there is no pushing. The moment they open at 6, you cast your vote. We want the one thing that we're looking for in this campaign to be actualized. And that one thing, my people, is that we are fighting for our dignity as a community. We are so underrated, good people, that in a region where from independence up to date, we have never asked for relief food because God has been kind to Luyaland. We always have 9 out of 12 months, we have rain. We can be poor in many things, yes, we are. Even when we don't have money in our pockets, our women have food for their children. And that's why in the Luo Nation, there is no village where you find faces of desperate children who are hungry. It is only in the Luya hospitals where you don't have a wing for children suffering from malnutrition, kwashiorkor, marasmus, and what have you. But in this election, they have brought us beans. We never asked for beans from the government. They have brought us rice. We never asked for rice from government. They have brought us things that we have not asked for. Thank you very much for bringing us blankets and bringing us mattresses. On that one you score. Our people can lack mattresses. They can lack blankets. But food, please spare us that shame. Let us reclaim our dignity.
Step into the world of Nespresso and bring magic.
Yeah, I can see Mukenya Mukora ameingia. So Njuria, thank you. Mukenya Mukora, can you react to that? Where Kalwale is saying that they are not ready to take food for donation, but they can take blankets. Those are the way to eat them. So can you react to like the heavy spending and heavy mobilization of Ruto administration trying to convince people to vote for them? And do you think they have managed it? Thank you.
I hope I'm loud and clear. Am I?
Yeah, sure. You are loud and clear. Go ahead.
All right. I'll start by reacting this way. Ni fire si fire.
Wewe usituingize hiyo kanisa bana. Fire si fire is an idiot. I hate him with a passion. Namchukia vibaya sana. Ni mjinga kabisa.
Ni moto si moto. That guy, that Karis guy, actually, when I say that guy is a good guy. I don't know him, I don't know anything, but I think that Kenya, especially these by-elections, once I see what is happening right now and the campaigns that they're doing, I think there's a lack of understanding with the guys in UDA, or used to be in UDA, because I don't even understand how Kalwale now is talking, I mean, the other side. But I think he's a smart guy. He's starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. He realizes he was on the wrong side and Kenyans are on the right side. What Kalwale now is talking, I don't even get him. Isn't this the same guy who told us the government is good and everything? Why is he talking negative about the same government that he was really selling? Njiru.
Yeah, because I think he has seen an opportunity, and I think he is working on his re-election. I think he is not helping Panyako. He is helping himself, because he knows he has to pretend to be pro-people, because he anajua Ruto ashaisha. So he is saving his ass, in a nutshell.
Thank you for saying that, because that's what I see. So I don't take him. I mean, I understand he's seen the light, but still, you cannot be jumping. And this is the problem that we have in Kenya. And in our geopolitical kind of way of looking at politics and also service delivery and all that. You cannot be on one side and all of a sudden, be on the devil's side, and then all of a sudden you see the light, and now you're knocking on the doors of Jesus' apartment, to be seen that, oh, I'm with the people for political survival. And it's a thing that has been happening a lot in Africa, in our African politics. One thing I'm going to tell you, and Jiro, we said it here, even I think Madam Julia Polis Joxalimia, I think she was here at the time that we were talking about these things. Jiro, I'm going to tell you, now, you hear Kalwale saying, oh, the polling, that they are not showing well on the government side. He wants to detach himself from the government side, he wants to detach himself from the government. The thing is that we don't need no polling. No one cares about Ruto and his whatever shenanigans of a government he is with. That is why everybody is just moved. I mean, unatusi, hata even if you want to tusi Wamunyoro, or you want to tusi Kinasifuna, or you want to tusi the people who are on the other side of the government, it doesn't make any sense to people. Everyone is telling you, you are going home. It doesn't matter. What I see here with Kalwale is trying to win the solace of the people, but that is already gone. These politicians, we say that no one is coming back. Very few. Statistically, I will be kichwangu itauma if I see anything about 15% of the people that are there. They all know, and now they're starting to come back to kind of now win the people. And Jero, take note, these by-elections will tell you where Kenyans are. They don't care. Hata mkiwapatia switi. Watachukua. Sweet or no sweet, haifanyiki. That's my start, Njiru, and I know Julia is still around. Sijui kama Madam Jero bado yuko, lakini that's my starting point as I listen, and nitachangia tu tukiendelea. Thank you so much. Hello. Njiru ameepa tena. Madam Julia huko. Salam. Na naona Stone PK pia yuko. Yeah. Wewe si mtu achangie. Ni mimi nimeachwa simu yangu iko ama what's going on here?
Wewe kabroni aje unaona ni kama umekuwa peke yako.
Ni kama nimekuwa Ruto.
Habari yako bro, mambo namna gani?
Mzuri sana. Mbere mnachafua kuchafua, na Njiru hapa pia na yeye pia ni kama ameanza kukanyagia.
Njiru, unajua Wambere hatutambuliki, sasa tunatafuta njia ya kutambulikana Kenya.
Hiyo yenyu ni kali saizi, big brother bwana. Yenyu mnachafua kuchafua mchana na mchana. Hata mgoji watu walale ndio mchafue.
Hapana. Because sasa kama mtu akutambui, ukipiga nduru akutambui, si ukate mtu shingo ndio wakuje wote.
Yaani mpaka mnaletea whole deputy president, mnamwambia, mnatumia nini slogan yake ati ni fire si fire, hatuna manyumba huku ni fire si fire. Sasa amerudi kwa boardroom aenda akatafute another slogan to use.
Alisema ataaibisha Gachagua, atamvua nguo. Sasa nayo hiyo tukageuza tukumuuliza, mwanaume unavua mwanaume mwenzako nguo, unataka kumfanyia nini bwana?
Unataka kuona nini?
Wamudhende anadhendeka watu. Sasa na wewe umesema unakuja kuvua watu nguo. Kwa hivyo nyinyi na Wamudhende ni kitu moja, si mudhendekane nyinyi wawili.
Ile bangi mnavuta nyinyi,
bangi inachanganywa na mvukati, huwa tuna mix. You can imagine hiyo hybrid.
Malava nayo hiyo ndio ilikuwa inakaa ndio itakuwa kubwa, kumbe Mbere mlikuwa tu mmenyamazia, mnasema ngojeni kanuke.
Unajua Malava wamezima taa. Sasa Mbere tumewambia mjaribu kuzima, mkizima taa tunazima Kenya mzima, si ndio? Tunafungua mkizima ya Siakano saa hii constituency Mbere North, tunaenda tuzime Kenya mzima, hata kwa kuannounce hamtapata. Kuna siku walitujaribu tukawatumia monkey peke yake ndio ikazima, the half of Kenya ikaenda blackout. Tuliwatumia kanini kalai
na bado nyuki hazijakuja, mkasema
hatujaitisha nyuki kutoka kwa kazi zetu. Hiyo ni last, hiyo ni ya mwisho, hiyo ni kija
last result.
Hiyo ndio ile ya mwisho. Sasa hiyo tutaitisha usaidizi. Na ukumbuke Mbere North ndio kuna mahali inaitwa Uvariri, you want to go there? Okay. So unakumbuka ukigugu there is something called Uvariri.
Okay.
Uvariri is in Mbere North. Uvariri is spelled as Ubariri.
Hiyo naingia Google tu.
She's still here.
Yeah, hapo ndio utasikia ngori.
Unajua Stone pekee niliona what was it, Kinandu alikuwa akiuliza, hata kina Latif aliuliza hiyo kitu, are these elections going to be a mirror of what is going to happen in 2027 if we get there? The thing is that I think it's going to be more than a mirror, because I don't see kina Ruto wakipata chochote hapa. I think
actually they are supposed to go zote, ile tu ambayo watapata and ni za ODM, kwa sababu ODM ni UDA sasa. Okay, hiyo ndio Ruto atahesabu hizo amepata. ODM ni UDA. Ile ya Magarini ambayo alikuwa anafikiria atapata, I think wananchi wameamua. Huyo alikuwa ameiba, hawezi pewa tena. Naitwa nani? Jumbo sijui.
Na I think pia kuna Stone PK, kuna wave ya opposition pia, watu wa Magarini I think they also don't want to feel wao ndio walichagua mtu ya serikali peke yao.
Exactly.
Kuna hiyo wave ya watu wanataka kujifuta. Sijui kama umerealize hivyo.
Yeah, wanataka kujicleanse. They want to correct the wrong.
Yeah. So maybe Mukenya Mkora, as the Stone PK talks, I want to ask you a question. Can you tell me, do you think what will happen tomorrow can inform us of what will happen in 2027? Do you think we can actually stand it? So first of all, do you think what will happen tomorrow can inform 2027? And do you think IBC up to now, are they non-partisan? Because IBC is supposed to be non-partisan and fair. Up to now, have they proved to be at that level?
Njiru, let me answer you in a very funny kind of way. No, what is going to happen tomorrow is not going to inform the 2027 elections. And again, I'll expound on that. Again, The IEBC that we have a ghost IEBC because we have not seen them. You see, like the Kivuitos, the all those people that we used to know. Today, if you ask anybody who's the IEBC, they've not come out as vocal and to be known as they are, so that as well to see where exactly they are and how they think. So the IEBC is kind of ghostish to me. But let me tell you why I'm saying that it's not going to dictate the elections. These ones are not going to dictate, and why I think that. And this is personal opinion, why they're not going to dictate the elections of 2027 if we get to 2027. But we think we are going to get there. However, that having been said, the reason I say that is that there's no formula this time of who's voting what and who's voting which. There's only one formula. People want a change. And that time has come. And it's here with us. So when you look statistically at the percentages, let's say, you know, if maybe Caris or Humpere wins with what, 71% or something of some dubious, some statistics I've seen somewhere, wins with 71%. That 93% of which we know is a lie of Mama Suluhu might actually be a reality when it comes to 2027. I think 2027 is going to be a war against the citizens and the politicians. And that's what I'm saying. This is just a test, but not a true reflection of what is going to happen. I think the numbers might actually grow when it comes to 2027 elections, where it's the real thing where Mwananchi will come out, because there's a lot of analysis to be done here, and the Mwananchi is really doesn't want any government. Sorry.
What do they want?
Can you react to that?
No. I'll bring it after yours.
No, it's okay.
No, they have to come for it themselves.
Okay, go ahead, Mukanyamkora. You can react. I think it's Stone Pike.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought Stone Pike was saying something. Kenyans are just done with this. If you're an old politician, you have your uncle in the politics and whatever, tell them to just forget. The numbers are not going to be the same. So it's not going to reflect, but it's also going to teach them a lesson. And you will see more of Halwales coming back and getting out of there. The baddies, please wait for them. Wait for it. You will see some people getting out of the government. The Johos will start playing the gymnastics that the Kalwale now are starting to do, because they'll realize there's no one there. But I don't think that will change anyone. As long as you've worked with this government, I think you're out. That's my take.
And Mukanya Mukora, do you think, based on what is happening now, there are some early signs of Ruto ouster from power in 2027? Do you think what we are seeing is an image of a collapsing government, which will actually be ejected out of power? Do you think we can see that early sign even as we wait? Like in chemistry to Nasemanga, there is a test and a confirmatory test. Do you think we have a test which can actually be confirmed in 2027?
Definitely. And look at this. Sometimes when I talk about geopolitical, it is a geography of where the politics are. Think about this. Just think about what is, in a funny way, look at it, what is happening even in Tanzania, and how people, you can see even Kenyans are the ones that have even taken this Mama Nani Uyo to ICC and all that. The geopolitics is not working in any way for Ruto. Think about the social media, the TikToks where people can speak and everything. There's nothing for Ruto. That's the problem right there. And even when you look at him, I think he's also smelt a rat somewhere. And that is why he won't go campaigning for his people. He's sending the Kindikis. Of course, he knows the Kindikis will be ridiculed and nothing is coming out. Nobody cares about where Ruto is in any way. So when you look at that, Njiru, where is Ruto? So yes, and where is the politicians? And that's why most of the people, the noisemakers, when you were smart kidogo, they've retreated. They're not coming out to say anything. They just want to sit down and watch where the wind is going. And so once he loses those noisemakers, and he has no one to go talk for him because they don't want to talk because they want to see where the wind is going. Now, how is he even going to campaign for himself? I mean, it's just dead. He's going to have a problem. Some of them are going to come and start spilling the beans. Some of them are going to come, when he goes to tell them, wendo ni kampeni wewe, na mtu anamwambia wewe ngoja kwanza niangalie mali ground inaenda, so he's going to start getting, and especially when the elections are nearing now, we are a year and something to the elections, some of them are going to start playing safe. And that's why I was saying I don't think this is itakuwa tu kionjo. I hope I answered your question according to my own analogy.
So let's comment about Nyanza. Is Nyanza able to monitor the momentum, and they can actually reject Ruto even after he has tried to embed himself to them? Are they able also to see the same Amani, the other side of the country, like Westerners, the Luya people, Mount Kenya people, other people? Is Nyanza able to see what is happening, and can they react?
Njiru, real quick, Nyanza is an orphan right now. So right now they have no one to tell them go right, go left. Right now, Nyanza will fall where the country is. So people who thought they could pull Nyanza, I think even Nyanza has started going against its own, because the foundation is broken. So that's why you're seeing even them going against Wanga, going against the Uburu, saying, oh no, we don't need this, we need a good Nini on ODM and stuff. So the power that people had with Nyanza, I think this time will not be available for any given person to come with.
Okay, Stolipika, are you there? You react to that question which I asked the Mkenya Mkora. Stolipika, umerudi? Ama okay, ni sawa. So Mkenya Mkora, let me ask you something. Can you tell me about can you react to the heavy police contingent and that Gachagua allegation, which was saying that he has a briefing that at 5 p.m. kesho, when the polling is like around 2 hours kufungwa, stima zitazimwa, and everything. I don't know. I hope you have listened to Gachagua. To what degree do you feel he has credible information about that situation ya kutaka kuzima stima? Sababu alianzia kuongea story ya kuzima stima toka Sunday hadi saa hii. He is speaking about kuzima stima.
I really have not listened, to that specific one. But I'll go do my research. So what I'm about to comment, mtu asichukulie serious. I'm coming from a point of information. But here's where I have learned of Gachagua. What Gachagua says, take it very serious. And the reason I've come to realize that it always comes to pass, and he always knows something. Why do I feel that he does? You remember this guy, you might take the deputy presidency off of him, but remember he has people still in the government that can tell him stuff. It's kind of like Njiru, when you lose a job somewhere, if you are working for a company and maybe you lose a job, you're fired or something, you still have numbers for people. I mean, numbers of people who actually work in that company, and people who can tell you something, you know, and can even talk to you about some things. So I never want to take Gachagwa's words lightly. He knows some things that he's talking. He still have some cronies in there. Ama nimedanganya Njiru, wewe kazi yote ushaimaliza ukafanya. So you still have numbers of those people who work there.
He might be having some informers, or there are some. He could be well versed with information. Let's put it that way. He could be having some informers.
Yeah, so I don't take him lightly whenever he says something.
Okay, Stone, can you react?
Yeah, Njiru and Kenya Mkora. The question of the former deputy president having Kenyan intel is not under, and it should not be under any way, you know, weighing and, you know, reviewing, thinking, oh, he could not. It's once you are that level, up to now, he still has loyalty. He has people who are loyal to him. I mean, you know how our governments work. Government is one of, I mean, they are some of the poorest organizations that you can ever have. Hakuna siri. Hata hiyo unasikianga ati secret government intel and all that. There's nothing like that. You know, it is known, because if you talk of NIS, you know, you have a cousin there, I have a brother, I have all these things. Hakuna kitu ijulikanangi, hakunanga siri kwa serikali. Hiyo ni mirage. So what Gachagua is briefed equally, as equal as Ruto's briefing. Take that to any bank. Okay? So, same thing with this man called Matiang'i. All right? Same thing with the Kalonzo. These are guys who established, you know, remember they headed some of those those departments or government or whatever. So, and they are so senior, and they served there not even for once or twice. Yeah. So the government in mimi na wewe, you know, like now when I'm there and Kenya Mkora, we are buddies, maybe we come from the same place. You think kuna kitu nitakuficha? Nothing. Hakuna. So hakunanga siri kwa serikali. Ukisikia nani anasema wanapanga hivi, like now all the briefing ya leo. Njiru, I think I told you when we spoke earlier. And what I told you is what Gachagua had said in the clip you played in his press briefing. How did I get to know that? Na niko all the way. Niko thousands and thousands of miles away. It's because watu hawawezi kuweka siri ya uovu. It's not possible. Yeah. So when you hear these people are planning this, na hakuna kitu ufanyika Kenya. The only thing that happened and took people by surprise, and take this to any other bank, what surprised Kenyans was the Gen Z revolution. That ilipiga wa Kenya butoa, wazazi butoa. That's why watu walikuwa wanasema tuwajoin ama tusiwajoin. By the time we were hesitating, they were being killed. Yeah, it took us by surprise. We didn't know. Hatukujua ni aje. It happened. Boom. That is the only thing I know so far that you know, I can say ilikuwa ni intelligent. When we talk of murders, JM Kariuki killings, Mboya killing, all this, Ouko, Robert Ouko, there was a siri. Yeah, the only siri is maybe the night that it happened. But you know, all indicators are there, rumors are there, like ya Ouko walikosania US nini blah blah. So tusidoubt Gachagua akikwambia hivi ndio kunaenda, ndio hivyo kunaenda. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to demystify some quotas being propagated by opposition by UDA, by serikali, that the government, that opposition wameanza kusense defeat. No, it's not sensing defeat. It's just highlighting the things that are not happening. And I spoke earlier nikasema, why would you have armored vehicles? Armored vehicles. Muliona elections za Kenya lini tukiwa na armored vehicles? hizi za anti-riot, hizi deadly, hizi zinamwaga maji. What is it that they are anticipating in a small constituency called Mbeere North, where you have 65,000, is it 65,000 voters? Not, yeah, 65,000 voters. Hapo. Sasa, if you panic and you are deploying this, sasa 2027 elections, wataleta Ukraine, walete Russia, walete US, walete all African countries, zile zina support Ruto, walete joint army. Ndio Ruto asishindwe. I mean, it's ridiculous. The only place I see those kind of vehicles na zinaitwa Mamba is Uganda, where when they are holding elections, it's like they are preparing for war with a neighboring country. We are now using that playbook, which is ridiculous. Yeah, and we are seated here. I mean, IBC is seated here, pretending that they are saying they want evidence, they want this. How can we continue to do those kind of a thing? Whatever is happening now, if IBC was independent, actually should have called off these elections. Kasipul Kabondo should have been called off, kama jana, because once you have people being killed or people dying as a result of this kind of a thing, you do not only find the candidate. You either suspend the entire exercise there, or you ban the candidates that are, that are liable to that. Okay. The bribing in there and all the people queuing and money zikitolewa kwa na maboxes ama ni magunia kwa helicopter, watu wakipewa wakiambiwa kae wawili and all that. Those videos are all over satellite, individuals and all the. Does IBC need to have somebody present it as a violation of election ndio wachukue action? Surely. So in Kenya, when there is no complaint, hata nikiona mtu akiuliwa pale kwa barabara na polisi anapita, okay, mtu atauliwa hapo, shingo imekatwa, for me nitaangalia na niangalie kando, polisi naye ataenda angojee kama kuna mtu atakuja complain that somebody was chopped off his head. Is that what we are trying to say? That these bodies cannot see and decide. When you see what is happening, what are they oversighting? Wanaangalia nini? Seriously? Something very bad will happen. And we've been drifting towards that cliff. Yeah, we are moving towards that cliff. Mbeere North might be the indicator of what is going to happen. Might be, and most likely, chances are over 90% it is. Okay, if it tipples to the other side, that tells you that is where Kenya will go. Yeah, because you can do one constituency called Mbeere North times 197 or 290 constituencies. So that replica of that times 290, then you can tell what kind of a country you'll be having during elections 2027. Yeah, because people are, the hasira unaona hapo. Hii hasira si Karisi na Wamuthende. I keep repeating that. Hii hasira inawekwa kwa Ruto. Ni wananchi versus Ruto. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that, big brother. Hapo yani nimekubaliana na wewe 101%, if that's even a number. Hii kitu Njiru, hii kitu si ya huwa Muthembe, I don't even know who is. Hata Karisi mjui. Lakini I think it's been taken and sijui kama nani my big brother, kama uliona nani nani wa Munyoro akienda kusalimia mama ya wa Ruku, akaenda huko akakunywa chai. There's something, because this thing is, remember the last elections was quote unquote, I don't believe it, but quote unquote, it was won through Mount Kenya. So I think that's why hii kitu imepelekwa sasa Mbeere, because Mbeere is Mount Kenya too, so that ikuwe proved a certain way. Nilikuwa nimeambia Njiru, I don't believe it takuwa the litmus paper for 2027, because people are just gone. I mean, this has no litmus paper. People are gone away from Ruto, and that's why I like when you said that this is not even a Karis or whoever the other guy. It's about Kenyans telling the current government, we're done with you. Do you share the same concept? I mean, the same ideology with me? I believe the reason that they had to send a deputy president to go say fire, see fire, whatever out there, and why he's fighting is because of that analogy of Mount Kenya ndio limuweka kwa seat, and he wants to kinda shikilia hiyo kitu more that Mount Kenya. So it's very volatile for him to really get this Mount Kenya seat, but it's not working for him. That's why all heads have moved from Malava, because hiyo ya kina Mudavadi, hiyo that's gone, and why they are really focusing on Mbere.
Kenya Mkora, bro, Mbere, the Mbere choice is unajua Kimbere na Kikamba watu wanasemanga kavyu kauge katema kamwene, yani kisu unaweza kunanoa kisu na ukiinoa zaidi hapo tu unasema unaongezea makali, ndio mtu uteleza tia unasikia imekukata mwenyewe. So, and that saying is very, very popular in both Ukambani, Mbere, and all that. You know, kavyu kauge katema kamwene, lazima ikukate. Inatakananga ukishanoa tu kidogo hivi unaacha, usianze kunoa, una exaggerate, una nini itakukata. So Ruto alikuwa ananoa hii kisu ya kukata mlima. Alikuwa anataka kutoa ile uume yake. Unajua ni kiburi sana, anasemanga hakuna mwanaume Kenya, ni yeye. Sasa alikuwa anataka kuonyesha watu kwamba, unakumbuka ile narrative alianza maneno ya East na West, sasa si huku Murang'a the rest. Akasema sasa nitawasplit, na nikiwasplit na kuja kuwatia huko kwenyu, huko ndio nakuja kuwaonyesha cha mtema kuni. So akasema the easiest, na akaona the easiest ni hapa hii kitu inaitwa Mbere. Because sasa hii jamaa anaitwa engineer wa Mbere South, yeye alikuwa independent. Unaona? Alikuwa independent na alisha defect plan, the way they shift to the other side na wasemi. Ndio atafanya nini? Ile nini? Ndio akaambia huyu jamaa akapromote huyu Ruku. Promotion without salary increment, by the way. It was just, to change badge from an MP akaambiwa kuja kubali CS under the same terms. Okay, I don't know whether CS ndio one more ama nini, I don't know, but hizo salaries sijaziangalia sana. Anyway, but it was just hiyo atolewe ndio, so that Kasongo creates a stage, a table mahali atakuja kudance, aonyeshe watu kwamba yeye ndio noma, na ndio alikuwa anataka kuja aonyeshe might. Yeah, even if the Mwananchi had not resisted this way, he was still going to come and try and pour things and show what it is, or how Ruto campaign is gonna be like in Mulima. Msiseme ati ilikuwa 2022, mjue sasa East, Meru, nani na nani, after we win Mbere North, itakuwa sasa tumeweka beacon. He wanted to put a beacon there. Then out of that, now that he would have now sold Kindiki as one very, very, very indomitable person. All right. And then Kindiki now would have gone again peddling around the rest of Mount Kenya, akisema unaona vile huko tumefanya, nyinyi mko kando and all that. With the hope that Mulima, this other side, would again sing chorus number 2, tugokera tene ringi tugathure Ruto. Okay. And that's why you see Kindiki even tried that chorus in Mbere North. Akapata rebuff ingine hajawahi kuona. By the way, there is one thing that it's never spoken. Some of these things are cross-cutting. They are historic. You cannot go to Kambani then uanze kuimba nyimbo za pande ingine huko mashinani. it tells you you really don't know how to go about psychology and social psychology. Yeah, when you go to Rome, do as Romans do. Usiende kuanza. That's why you find the people going to an area. You try to even learn their language to be able to identify and make people feel like you really want to belong, and you kind of associate with them. All right. That's why Ruto does that very well. Wherever he goes, he makes sure he crams 3-4 phrases, and those are the ones that entice people. So this command, and I don't think he's a politician, Kindiki. No wonder he's goofing so much. He goes and he starts singing Tugokera tene tugadure mudhende. Na saa hiyo unasema tugadure mudhende when people already wametoka kuambiwa magazeti ya Standard huyu PS alikuwa akizunguka kila mahali akanunua kopi zote ambazo zilikuwa Embu Tasiakago that morning. Why? Because the headlines were that there is a thief by the name Mudhende who has even almeiba pesa ya kusaidia wagonjwa. So how many people would have died or will die for lack of that oxygen plant? Now that sank with the people. And then people are asked in vernacular, sasa huyu na ule aliua watu Gen Z, na ule alizidi kuua mwalimu ambaye alichukuliwa nyumbani akikula ugali, akapelekwa mpaka akaenda akaambiwa amegongwa na ukuta, amejigongesha kwa ukuta. Huyu na huyo tofauti ni gani? And if you put it in Kimbere, my friend, it is what you get is women screaming or even stripping naked to curse you.
Na bro unajua umetaja kitu kingine, unajua because me I understand Kimbere, we speak kind of the same. So when I heard him say that, I knew he had chaptered the what do you call the heart of the problem right there when he said about that huo mwalimu kupeleka huko na akasema ni fire si fire. You see, he watered out. I don't know this guy. I hope you know him because you've been in the political arena for a long time. But I hope, is this guy, I just don't know him, but I'm very interested in knowing him because for him to have such a comeback, I can tell you that Soprano guy will not talk about ni fire si fire because he said hiyo kitu akasema mwalimu alitolewa akapelekwa. What you just said. Alafu ati akasema ni fire si fire. So he watered down the slogan. So who is this guy? Who is this Karis guy? Do you know anything?
Mukeja Mukora,
Yeah.
Hold that thought kidogo. We will circle back to you. I also want to pia Stone hold kidogo. Nataka pia tukumbuke. We remember we have a person ambaye ametutembelea leo. I think she has gone quite far. Now maybe I think ile amejitokeza because it's a big day where we are hoping that the opposition can pick these seats. We can win massively. So we have Comfort today. So Comfort, please, just give us your way of thinking. What you think? Do you think opposition is in it? What is your overall thinking? Ama, maybe tell us what you see happening in the nation, and do you think we are at a trajectory of 2027? Thank you. Mukenya Mukora shikilia hapo.
Na Comfort Salimike, it's been a long time since I've been in the same show with you.
Yeah, it's been a while. Thank you, Dr. Jiru, and of course, Stony PK. I see you all, and I see, I don't have my glasses. I see you all. Is Julie there? And of course, Mukora. Yes, okay. Well, yes, history will judge us with what will happen tomorrow. It's a big day, as you said. It's gonna give us a lot of information. In my opinion, in my thinking, we shouldn't have even reached this level to even start the voting tomorrow, because we have broken the laws throughout in the past 2 months. That is, of course, the government. These laws are there. The voting, the bribery laws in Kenya are very serious. You can be imprisoned up to 6 years if you prove that you have bribed. And bribing means giving gifts, giving jobs. People are being given jobs. So during the campaign, given a job to influence the voters, giving money, giving gifts, and that has been happening throughout. If you're able to prove money is given to influence people to vote, that is one. The election can actually be invalidated. Kabisa, like that is null and void. Just one single act of voting, not like even giving a whole line of people money, just one single act. I know Farouk is in Malava. I know all these people are there. Majua, the guy for IBC, they're all there in Bere. All that is bribing taking place. We also had, of course, also it's in our laws, you're not supposed to restrict people from campaigning. That has happened. The state using state machinery to stop people from campaigning, the opponents from campaigning. That's against the law. We've broken the law on so many levels that these elections should not even be taking place. Then, of course, also ferrying people from other places to come and bring violence. That makes it very criminal. Now, as those on the ground are saying that we have all those tankers again with water and that kind of stuff, it shows that the plan, they're going to try and take these positions whether you like it or not. These are people without a conscience. They would say they'll kill, they'll shoot you in the leg, they'll shoot our children on the leg. They kill people in broad daylight, leaders or not leaders. They will kill. They don't care, but for them to use all that force, and Githinji is out of the country, pretending that's what he always does, flies out so he can manipulate from outside and use other people to be taken to ICC. Because a lot of things may happen tomorrow. My question is, and I know Stony PK is from Bere.
Comfortable, let me ask you, where's Githinji? Githinji left the country.
Yeah, he's not in the country for tomorrow.
Hey, why? I think that's
that is what he also did the other time when he wanted to leave regarding other people to take the blame, killing the Gen Zs. He left the country. So a lot may happen tomorrow. But I was saying for tomorrow from there are like 3 constituencies. Is it 3 wards, I think? And my question is, if we are hearing from the Truthful Man that there are people from Gekambura and Kayole who've been brought to these places, a ward is not that huge. I come from a part in Muranga where people don't mind their own business. They can tell a foreigner to the place very quickly. To have 1,500 people from Kayole and Gekambura in Bere, I think that should be pretty clear from anybody that those are imported people to come and harass people so that they do not vote, or even harass them so they vote and go home. What the Truthful Man said is that from around 5 a.m. they're going to cause chaos so that they have Panya route to go and put in those pre-filled votes. My question is, after the election, if we feel it's not right and you want to contest, don't we get to count the votes again? If we do, if you're saying we're about 25,000 people in Bere and somebody wins with 42,000, what does that tell you? Because that could happen. If we know that 25,000 people registered, they all show up to vote, and you have pre-filled some, I think 10 or 15,000 for Bere. Malava, I think, is 15,000. That should be a clear litmus test, in my opinion, that somebody has definitely rigged. So if they're going to cause chaos, and then pre-fill those containers, and then people come in and vote on top of that. So now they say, now it is peaceful, you can continue voting because they've done the job. The Truthful Man is not lying. You know, he's truthful. As you're saying, he's got contacts. He's been a DO. Being a DO in Kenya those days or more, you have networks, and then gone up, climbing up to being vice president. You've got networks, serious networks, and everything he says pans out. So, as he said, in the morning there'll be chaos. They fill in the ballots, and then there'll be peace, so people can vote. And then when the results will be there, people will be tear gassed and kicked, and the person will be announced. So the thing is, when I say that they do not care, the masses have shown clearly that they don't want must go, and anything close to must go, that they can want to risk to rig those elections. That is what scares me. And this is what they're going to do throughout. So what I would say is that we look out for the count, because now it is too late. If maybe they're not even hearing us, they're asleep. If they have put in those votes, 15 or 20,000, and then the 25,000 people vote, once we hear the number, and mark my words, this is just something I thought about it a week ago. I contacted Ricky J's wife as a former schoolmate. I told a few people, just count the votes. If they're more than 25,000 and they're 40, we'll know. We don't even need to be told anything. But if we have our agents, it should be an easy job. The opposition has their agents. Of course, they always say everybody has a price. But if we have our agents and they're seated there, as they announce each vote, even you can even say the name. You say that name is not from here, if people know. But I don't even know how we can prove that one. But even if they're counting, make sure the containers are clear. There are no opaque boxes in the room when you go in there. That is where the action is. Check if the ballots are already halfway, the box is already halfway, or there's some which are in the corner. Marjan is no joke. We were there at Bomas. He is no joke. And if he's there, he is no joke. Those guys have everything in place. So I think the numbers as a scientist is what we're going to see. Let's see what numbers they're going to come up with. But the people, if they vote and we count them as they leave, we call it exit polling over here. We just count them physically, even with our telephones, our video phones. We just count 1, 2, 3, like that. And we see the numbers, and then they don't match. We can do citizens exit poll taking. Just count from each classroom, because it's done in classroom. If you see 100 people come out from that, let me finish one class or the other one. I'm thinking we can do an exit polling. Just even if it's an estimate, we say that from this school, there were only 300 people, there were 2,000, 5,000. So if they come from that one school, they say there are 10,000, and we know where it happened. But probably I'm all over the place. But the law says all the things that have been happening in the last 2 months, there should be no election tomorrow. If there's one and there's rigging, it can be null and void. Go ahead.
Yes, Comfort. Thank you so much for bringing the statistical part of it, and also this Marjan thing, and how you said if these numbers do not add up, we say no. I want to ask you. Njiro is coming back. He's texted me to shikilia kidogo, but kuna kitu nashikilia. I just want you, actually, that is good civic education that you told, you just said right here. Now, when it comes to this voting, in your own thinking, at what point do you say enough, wachana nayo, hakuna kura imepigwa hapa? Because we've seen it world over. We've seen it in our country. We don't even know this IEBC, what they are going to do, and who's going to be where. Like Stone PK had brought up a story of armored vehicles and all that preparation. So where do you stand on this, where we can say, okay, you guys are overdoing it? Like Tanzania at some point, I don't even know why I keep on reverting to Tanzania, because it's happened in our own country, where we can just say, okay, nonsense is nonsense, stop lying to us, right? So at what point do you think, when you spoke to Gachagwa's Nani, what can you, people are going to listen to this podcast?
Yeah, well, okay. Well, they said thank you. I'm sure they took note. It's not something to announce now because it's in the night, but that's what's going to happen. They're going to make sure that they can count people who are living in each of those classrooms, and just have a rough estimate. Then we also know the registered voters. You cannot have more people voting than registered voters. And what you're asking, at what point? We have played along. We have our constitution, we have our laws, that we're not supposed, the Election Act, I think of 2011, is the one that said that you cannot bribe, that, and bribe is benefits, money, and all these kind of things. You cannot do it. If you do that, it is illegal. That is enough to nullify. Just one act is enough to nullify an election. But we have all been.
On a funny note, now you're grabbing with truth.
Let me just finish so I can not lose my thought. That is why I turn on the TV in Kenya. All these people, they're just discussing how even food that's supposed to be going to Northeastern was diverted to Mbere or wherever. We hear so and so has been made the minister or given a position where all this is going on. We're told that, oh, here they're giving 2,000 each. Right now, Kibet is giving 2,000 in Malava per person. We hear that they spend, I think, was it coming to about, I don't know how many millions a day that they were being given to campaign. All that is to give money to influence the vote, to buy the vote. It meets the entire, it checks all the boxes. The criteria of rigging is so clear. No, not influencing the voter, sorry, is so clear to everybody. Even now, they're still giving money. That makes the election null and void. Now, the other thing is intimidation, having the police there, because they're probably going to tell people once you vote, you need to go home or get out of there. Their presence might also limit other people from coming, because now if people hear there's violence or something that's going on, some may stay home and not come out again to vote, because they're going to begin with the violence in the morning, as the truthful man said. So, in my opinion, we are doing invalid election tomorrow. But when the result comes out, they're going to announce quickly, crown the guy. The news will stop reporting. It will be in the papers that this is the new member of parliament, or whichever positions that they're running for. And if you are observant, you realize there's a law that Githinji brought immediately, that once the 2027 elections, the person is announced as president, they get the instruments of power immediately. You don't wait for that ceremony that comes a couple of weeks later or whatever. The person who wins will get the instruments of power immediately. The other thing will be ceremonial. These are the small laws that this guy has put in place. And that tells you a lot. Because how can you remove somebody with the instrument?
Wait, Comfort. Did that really pass?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm asking, did that really pass that?
Yes. Oh, yeah, just like the 8 bills, the land we have, some of us, the land we own is no longer ours. If you want to sell it, you have to ask for permission. So, of course, they get somebody to buy it for cheap. But there's a lot going on. Those 8 bills you had that were passed when Baba died, those are serious bills that need to be checked out. But there's that law he passed. It was silent. I noticed it, but I said, wow, this is serious stuff. That as soon as the election, the presidential vote is announced, this is the winner, the person gets the instruments of power, which means they can tell the army what to do. Everything else is ceremonial. That will be ceremonial. Check it out. I'll look for it later, but that is a fact. Back to you.
Ebu send, because that's a very crucial thing. Ebu send it to me.
Let me look for it as you're talking.
Okay.
But, yeah.
You still have my number. Please send it to me, because now that is really, I didn't know that thing was Stone. Ulikuwa unajua kitu ilipita ati mtu akishachaguliwa ati now you can go, I mean, immediately without even the ceremony of going to Kasarani and all that. Because being careful, think about it. TZ, what they're fighting is that they don't have a law that actually they can go and when the wakaseme, no, this was not elected right, they don't have anything like that. Once umechaguliwa. So is this what Bruto was trying to do? If this, what Comfort is saying is true, that you get your powers immediately, your umetangazwa na IEBC. Stone, Ebu, put your word on this one, please. I see your back. I think Jiro is around. Stone Ukoria.
Niko area sana.
Yeah, hebu ongelea kitu kama hii kitu ni ukweli ilipitishwa and what is really happening, because now this is becoming unbecoming. Kama tutakuwa ati ukipewa tu mamlaka tu ni hivyo, that's what saizi hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya na TZ because mama ashachaguliwa na kuna uwezi peleka kesi kwa koti. Hebu talk about this.
Nipe dakika mbili nikae vizuri.
Let me react to that as we wait for Stone PK. You see, that issue of, I don't know if it is in Africa or in the world in general, where when people are in power, they have absolute immunity. They can maim, they can kill, they can do whatever they want. And even if we wanted them to face justice, it is when they are dying. In their late stage of life is not good. You see, like Samia Suluhu, if she doesn't face justice now, by the time that woman will be retiring, she will be in her 70s. So we will be already like jailing or accusing somebody who is already very old. You know, Bwana Mkenya Mukora, the reason why Africa cannot change, look like a place like France. Those people their leaders are suffering in their 40s and 50s, and some of them are not very old. Like Sarkozy, I understand he was being jailed, even in Asia. So the problem which we are having, like for example, if this issue of immunity has to stop working, number one is we need to have a quicker method of getting you out of power, and then we make you face justice and you get jailed. That is so Bwana Mkenya Mukora, that is the only formula we don't have in Africa, where we can other countries they actually, like in Asia it works so good. In Asia ukikuwa na makosa, your power ends and you face justice. But some Western countries, and all African countries, we don't have that. So like we have an all-powerful president who can maim, kill people, and as long as he has been sworn, ataendelea kukaa hapo even if he is being accused. So that is the problem which we are having, and that power imbalance is what is aiding us. And those are some of the things which actually our constitution should be reviewed to have. Like if there is credible evidence that you have committed crime, actually your presidency should end and you face law. Because sasa, let me tell you, Bwana Mkenya Mukora, as things stand now, Ruto can kill and kill and kill because he knows hakuna pale tutampeleka. And once these people kill a lot, they can even start instituting ways of staying in power forever. So unless sasa huyu mtu mkuje mpate courage, mwanzie kusema huyu mtu mnataka kumungatua mamlakani. So through again where other people will die. These are the things which like happened like in Sierra Leone, Liberia, where like unasikia by the time Charles Taylor is getting out, 30,000 people are dead. By the time so like unasikia like before somebody gets out of power, he collapses with like 30,000 people. Like at lazima ati kukufe mamia ya watu. That is the imbalance of power which as Africans, Kenyan
and Mr. Njiru, to add on your point kidogo to Paul, sorry for interrupting you. The thing is that I've realized one thing that is a common denominator when it comes to these politicians. Normally they claim properties of people, you know, properties imeharibiwa and all that. And I really take a very backstage on that one. Maybe you might comment on that, because when everything is property. And I remember somebody asked Ruto, so wait, you're saying property of worth of 1.5 billion was destroyed and whatever. I saw the same thing with Mama Samia talking about property. Is property worth more than a life? That's what I about property.
Mkenya Mukora, because I will leave you to handle this discussion for some minutes. I just wanted to contribute kwa hiyo, alafu I'll be joining later soon kidogo.
But you know, I don't have rights, and
Haina shida. I will be around. Haina shida. It's only that Sitaki kukaa hapa sana, I need to drive home, alafu, but I will be watching. There's no problem about that. So this is what happens when it comes to property and life. Bwana Mkenya Mukora, there is in life kuna kitu tunasemanga, what supersedes what. Before we talk about property, we begin by life. It's only that in Kenya, we are just stupid. Our leaders are stupid, not everybody. Like hierarchy of consideration. You cannot, like for example, nyumba ikianzia kuchomeka na kuna watu ndani. I'm just asking a typical case. Nyumba imeanzia kuchomeka na kuna watu ndani. What do you start saving first? Mkenya Mukora?
The people in the house. I mean, that's the priority. I mean,
so
right?
that is the typical truth which our leaders, they are blatantly not telling people. Even when a country is facing civil wars na vitu zingine, we don't talk about property. We talk about rescue. And when we are rescuing, we don't rescue houses. We rescue people. Look like UN missions, humanitarian missions. Look at all those humanitarian missions. What do they do? Like when there is anarchy in Somalia, when there is anarchy in Sudan, what are they like? You anarchy in Sudan, sahi. What are they talking about? Are they rescuing houses and buildings, or they are rescuing people? Right now, Mkenya Mukora.
I mean, Kakuma made? Did they move with their houses?
Like for example, if today Kenya we fell into anarchy, we will not even be saying we are having protected area. You see, like those things which Mr. Ruto and some other idiots in Kenya and in some East African countries, they call protected areas. They are protected as long as civility exists. But if the country descends to anarchy, they are no longer protected. So those things, the word protected, Bwana Mkenya Mukora, is a facade, or is not a stable statement. They are not. The state house is a protected area as long as the nation exists. If you lose the nation, that word goes away. So
you know what, Mr. Njiru, let me just clear it for you, just so that people can understand, the people that are watching or are gonna watch, and our panelists here. Njiru, the IDP, what we had in 2007, some of them hata saizi wajairudi kwa manyumba still, but did they move with their properties? Or, I mean, who was more important, the person or the property? And that is what I was bringing this, because you mentioned it. Why is it that every politician in Africa, now it's moved from Kenya, they are always talking about mali ya watu?
Mkenya Mukora, it's a scapegoat. So somebody is killing people in the name of saying that we are protecting property. It's a scapegoat. They are not talking about we are protecting life. Why are they making property? Because to them, all what matters. Like for example, let me ask you a question. Look at some Western countries, Australia and the US and some other few countries. Can you help me understand how many countries have you, out of those countries? How many of them wakati kuna maandamano ama like bad things are happening? Like even when like there is an earthquake or there is a tornado, you know, like in the US, like wakati like a place in South Carolina or North Carolina, where watu wameanzia kusobwa na maji na vitu zingine, when they are rescuing those people even with helicopters, and the governors are giving their speeches. Governor anakuanga akisema aje when they are sending their missions to rescue, what do they usually say?
We're going to get the people.
Yeah, we are trying to find the victims of this thing. We are trying, and we will make sure that everybody is rescued. We still have 100 people unaccounted for, and we are looking for them. Umewaisikia wakisema we are trying to rescue houses and buildings.
You remember the George Floyd's thing? No, nobody cared about what was happening on the other. They were caring about the people. That's why that Kakijana went to the one that was shooting around and shot when it came out,
So,
when they were.
in a nutshell, so that I can finish my
Can I say
statement
something just very quickly
Okay.
on that issue? On the issue of the instruments of power?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, actually, what Githinji pushed for, which is not legal, is that once the elections occur, the president who is declared the winner gets a certificate. That's what you get at Bomas. Gets a certificate. Immediately you get the certificate, you can take the oath. And once you take the oath, you're the president. So the ceremony will happen afterwards. So you'll be there. So once you get the certificate, there's no wait time. We've been waiting now to wait and do the oath for the whole country to gather at Kasarani, that kind of a thing. But it's not in the law that you have to wait. It can be done immediately to allow smooth transition. What that means is, of course, you have instruments of power. You can crush anybody who would try to say you're not the president. Back to you.
Okay. Oh, that is okay. I can see Mukanya Mukora has gone away. So maybe Stony PK, as we react to that about instrument of power, the Mbere and Malava and Magarini, those are the constituencies, and other small sub areas. We are having them tomorrow. So please, can you update people maybe what we are planning to do tomorrow? And Stony PK, are you there? And there is a likelihood that we might start streaming as early as the 6th, God willing, Mungu akitupea hiyo neema. So, and maybe you can try to give a small map of what you think we will be doing tomorrow. Thank you.
Asante Njiru. Kile tunafanya ni kwamba focus on Mbeere North as much as tuko interested to observe what is happening in all other by-elections, lakini we are sampling with Mbeere North na tukatafuta someone to help us try to compile, to observe, make notes, ile tunaitanga in other language tunasema to observing, and trying to clear a picture of what is happening, so that we have we are able to tell other than hearsays. So we have two members of our team, vijana wawili ambao walivolunteer kwenda kuangalia na kuobserve and to sample some of the very very hot areas, huku niko na Nigeria colleagues wanazungumzanga na nguvu sana. Anyway, so those vijana are going to try and observe and then also relate with us na kututumia tuone. Njiru, ngoja kidogo niende mahali mzuri.
Oh, okay, Nisawa, let me pick up that. Also, yesterday, maybe also to reinforce what Tony PK is saying, also yesterday we made an appeal of some small donations from each one of us. And I want to, and we worked on a budget of between 18 and 20,000. And I want to confirm by now, we have already received 21,000. So we already got the money we needed. So you don't need to give anything for now. We got the target. We have the 21,000, and that 21,000 will be spent cash in the ground. We expect the boys who will be doing the ring through our shows. Some of them will, maybe they could even be at our Facebook Live. We will bring their Facebook Live here. But at least we want to have that first account. As a people, we want them to collect as much data as possible for us, so that we can be able to know which gaps can we be able to fill when it comes in 2027. So we decided to do this better because We know the area. Some of us come from that area. So that is why we never took ourselves to Magarini or to Marava, because of we took Mbeere North because of that. We are conversant with the area. So I want to congratulate the level of giving from this show. I really appreciate it. And next time when you are called upon to give small money here and there, tafadhali peana, so that we can be able to do some of this small tasks. So it is really helpful because we were able to plan the team. The team is ready, and they have confirmed by 6 they will be live in air. So we will just set the show for them and on India. So those people will be wanting to see, as you watch Citizen and other people who might be having more sophisticated equipment than us, please also watch what our boys will be doing right in the ground. They will be going in some hotspots. So we expect they will be safe. Mungu atawasaidia. We have also talked to them that even as they do that work, they have also to look at their safety as well. Sababu pia tumeona vile hatujua mapolisi wote wamepelekwa Mbeere North ni wanini. We have information that kuna polisi 1,000. So I don't know 1,000 policemen in 134 polling stations. So the police commissioner had said, Bwana Mkenya Mukora, that they were to deploy 2 policemen for every polling station. So I presume if it is 2 policemen for every police station, 136 times 2 is around 272. So we need 272 policemen in Mbeere, lakini wamepeleka 1,000. So that is the mobilization of things.
Wait, slow down. Njiru, how many police people did we take to Haiti?
Tulipeleka Ngiri.
Kwa nini tunachezea Ngiri Mbeere kufanyia nini?
Sio sisi tumepeleka, ni Kasongo amepeleka. Ninakwambia sasa, the police commissioner is giving conflicting information. They said IBC has requested 2 policemen per polling station. Mbeere has 136. So we expect the government to give them 272 policemen to man those polling stations. And in elections, you don't use armored vehicles and combat vehicles in an election. So we don't understand the reason why the Kenyan government is attempting to use combat vehicles in a peaceful election. Those are the things which, and IBC is not telling us. IBC needed to write officially watuambie that Mbeere election and other elections in Kenya, for the first time in the history of Kenyan election, we will be using combat-like vehicles. But there's no explanation why they using combat-like vehicles in an election.
Njiru, before you leave, anyway, Njiru, by the way, I think our deal is not dealed because I just got a visitor. I'm at home na nimepata visitor, but that's fine. Uliza Stone PK, hii Mbeere inatoshana na Haiti. Why do they need so many police? Amna ma watchman or nini nyumba kumi.
I can answer before he gets on. You need all that because somebody will win and they have less votes. The one with less votes is going to win. So you need all that. That's why.
So in other words, it's something which that they want to steal the votes, and then that's how police here, so that civilians do not react. Comfort, is that what you mean?
Because you see, you have to understand there are people who understand a situation happens, the biggest catastrophe can happen, like when they had tried to shoot Raila during Maandamano, and people will grieve, they'll cry and move on. So you cry, you scream, you go to court, you do all those things, whatever. But the person with little votes could be the one who is going to win, and then you'll be muzzled. After a week or 2 weeks complaining, you go to court, but the person would have won. That is how they have made it where they are today, even as their president position. So it's just the same script, in my opinion. That's why.
But this is nonsense. Stone PK, what's up with
That is
Ndere?
why Kenyans accept it without, they accept it. We just complain and say this. We say people are being given lollipops. A lollipop alone can nullify the elections. A lollipop. Wacha 2,000 ama chakula ile inaenda huko Northeastern or diversion or I don't know, 200 million a week, whatever it is. A lollipop alone is enough. But it's not nullified. We're still going for the elections. So
and that's a grown-up comfort. That's a grown-up actually going to pick up lollipop. Let's
or
be
Sukuma
careful.
Wiki. Imagine Sukuma Wiki. That alone, that is enough. Watch a 10,000 or 1 million or whatever 100 million. Sukuma Wiki or a lollipop. That is enough. It's giving somebody a bribe to influence the vote. That's it. We should have stopped over there. Null and void. Change the date. Remove the guy. In fact, the guy's name is not the correct name on the ballot. I don't know that Mudenda or whatever is not the correct name. Yet he's gonna be elected. If your name doesn't match, your name on your ID is not the one on the ballot, that is null and void. These are things that should have stopped all this election. Didn't happen.
Stone PK, I think Njiro is traveling, niko na wageni kidogo, lakini hebu come in with this, you know, comfort anapenda kusumbua, anapenda kusema ukweli mahali iko. Haya, comfort pia
because as a candidate, because I ran for election, it had to say Comfort Waitherero Mwangi. Now this guy's name is not the correct name. He's using the wrong. His name is not correct. The one on the ballot and his ID. So who are you voting for? Who are you voting for? He had enough time to change his name and have it gazetted. He did not do it. So his name is not the correct name. He's not the guy. We don't know who is that on the ballot. And that person who is not on the ballot might be the one who is going to be forced on us, and people will be hurt, and he'll be gazetted, and he'll be that. The impunity in Kenya is just too much. If people are even beyond the date for election campaign, they're still campaigning and giving people 2,000, transporting them and all that stuff.
Which seat were you running for, and which?
I was running for senator for Murang'a. I came fourth out of 7.
Oh, you came fourth.
Thank you for asking. Yes.
Don't worry, we got you next time. I mean, if we get to 2027, we got you this time. Anyway, Stone PK, hebu umesikia vitu mingi hapa, kuna vitu zimeletwa. Hebu go for it as we wait for Njiru.
Yeah. Nipe dakika mbili tu.
Sawa, wacha mimi niongee na senator wa Murang'a hapo hivi. Ukingojanga na usitoke kwa sina rights.
Hata mimi sina rights.
Yeah. So tumebaki.
Anyway, niko sawa, nilikuwa natoka ofisi niongelee nje. Sasa kwa hizi show mi waambia watu, it's good you listen to the horse's mouth. Wakikuyu wanasemanga wanakanywe ombere, na Wakikuyu kuna saying inasemanga ule amekunywa nako na try kudirect translate, ndiye anajuanga vile iko. Whoever has tasted it, ndiye anajuanga the feeling. So Comfort has gone through this. If you've ever contested mpaka kwa danga hivyo, you can ukatoka hafu and all that. We don't take you as compete. Once you buy until
you're breaking, sir. Stony PK, you're breaking. We can't hear you.
Stone, either rudi kwa wifi ama utoe wifi, you use data.
No, of course nimetoka ndio stabilize. Is it stable now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know where I disappeared, but I was trying to say that when you hear somebody who has gone through the system of elections in Kenya mpaka kwa debe, and ya kuelezea maneno ya election in Kenya, including how you win and how you lose. If you've contested, you know that. If you lose, you know how you lost, and you also know whoever won, how he or she won. So when people say election was rigged, I find some ignorant wakisema, oh, how this cannot happen because IBC, and I hear IBC coming in a lot. If you've contested for any election, you know that IBC is useless as far as, overseeing elections is concerned. Totally useless. Kabisa, bure kabisa. Because it is only there to rubber stamp what the government wants. All right? So, hakuna ati, IBC independent, hakuna. You see, like now, Comfort may raise issues that actually these elections should have been called off. There is mass rigging. Mass rigging. You don't tell me an IBC chairman sits there saying, bring us the evidence. And I think I mentioned this earlier. I mean, surely, how do you say, let the evidence when all these clips is all over, everywhere, thanks to the internet, thanks to technology, So the massive rigging, whether it's from opposition or from Nani, it's there. So what you do as a prefect, and a very strict prefect or a headmaster, is you totally say, okay, sasa, hapa nimesikia mmepiga kelele na hakuna mtu amesema ni nani. The whole assembly kneels down. We had a headmaster that was like that. Ama the whole school closed, kwendeni nyumbani. Because hakuna muishi na msodhereria. For example, I'm just saying this. If you want to be fair, if you say
there's no thief and an onlooker.
Exactly.
Robbery.
So basically, if independent body IBC was really independent, they would do anything irrespective of who the president is. And it is at their discretion. They can decide to punish the side that they feel, because they also investigate, by the way. They carry their own investigation. They have lawyers there. They can even, kwanza vile wanafanyanga, kesi inakujanga kwao. They can set a tribunal yao, which will, watasikiza kesi na wasikize na watoe judgment. That is the law. They have that capacity as per the paper. Yeah. So for them to wait, watu wanawana huko Kasipul Kabondo and all this kind of a thing, saa hii, they are also supposed to question, ni wapi umeona Mbeere North election ikiwa violent? And if it's violent, kama violence broke, there must have been ule mtu alianza. Hakuna vita inaangukanga kutoka mbinguni kama mvua. You get? And by the time they announce campaigns, they are supposed to have released their teams, their people to observe, kuenda mikutano, wanasikiza. They have a team. They are mandated to do that, such that they monitor that election from day one of campaigning. And they monitor each and every candidate. That is how it was, like, unless it is stopped. Like even me when I contested, you are monitored. Hata usiku, mahali, unakuwa caught kama una night meeting. Why did that stop? Why has Ruto really overrun all that? So in short, we are not having elections. We are just being put through a Muppet show. Tukiambua tume-elect. How do you even now continue to a candidate, IBC condones a candidate that has changed the names within the campaigning period? There is no reason of changing the names. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, another wing of the government brings out that, yes, this candidate is a suspect of this mega million fraud. So that and the changing of names, you idiots of IBC should be able to say, hey, hold on, what's this? What's happening? Otherwise, why are you there? Why are you there?
Who are they voting for? because a name is very important. Who are they voting for? That is null and void.
Yeah,
It should be non-contested.
exactly.
The other guy should win. He should win. Like he's the only person who was contesting. There are no other people. You can't have
And you know
a name. You get a certificate. If he wins, it's a ghost. Why is he taking that certificate? It's not his name. Period. It should be so nullified. Even I don't know why we're even moving to the next step.
Exactly.
He's not
You know,
the
like
one on
for
the
me,
ballot. Who is he? Who are they? Who is the contesting? Who is the other person? And also, and when you're contesting, you're supposed to be cleared of all those. You're cleared of all crimes. You're supposed to be. Yeah. How did IEBC close their eyes, or the EACC, the ethics people? You're supposed to be cleared, a clean certificate that you've not done any crime, even stealing a cookie in your classroom. But now this guy, he brought down the whole Kempster staff or something like that. But he's running for office and he's not using his name, because you can't do a background check if the name is not correct. So if the AAC, they can't check on him. He's using a different name. So who is he?
And also, and also, you know, when right now, I also want to lay blame on us as the opposition, people on the ground, because right now we should have an injunction. We should have had an injunction the day it was verified that this guy has changed names, all right, and then peddled together with the EACC, that somebody should have ran into the courts and filed that. Otherwise, now when we start filing, when somebody has been sworn in, has been declared, it will be too late, because tutaambiwa haya, nyinyi kimbieni watu wa opposition, kazi yenu ni kukimbia makotini. Then there will be ridicule, there will be all that, and why don't we stop the fire?
In public domain, you know, they kept on saying he had even passed the deadline, because you're supposed to have, I think, 30 days. It should be gazetted when you change your name. He didn't do all those. It's just the impunity.
Yeah, impunity of the highest order.
We're told they're not supposed to give any money, and people, they're pimaring money on a ratiri to give people. What is all that nonsense? Buying people food, even buying people even an outfit, even shoes, that is all bribery. And giving people positions in the government during a campaign. There's somebody who got a position, I think it's in Kakamega or somewhere. He was given a position in government while they're campaigning on the platform. This election is null and void. Null and void. We shouldn't do it tomorrow, because somebody's gonna maybe installed. That is what they do. If it is a regular campaign, people leave their house, they work properly, they go and they vote, and the winner, you know, the person who will win will be fine. People will be happy with that, because we all know who is going to win. But if you are going to impose somebody on the people, you're gonna push. You have to have what they have now. That's why they have all those police there and everything there.
Comfort and Stone Potato. Something has happened here. Watching you, Njiro is coming back to keep on running the show. I'm gonna listen to you from afar, lakini there's something I have to really cater for. Tafadhali muniache tu ni chomoke kidogo, but I'll be in the back. Njiro is coming back, lakini he's just driving home. But I'm listening to everything that you guys are talking about. Sorry, Comfort.
Yeah, and also Msimamo needs to be added. I don't know, but Njiro, I don't know whether he can do that while driving.
Because he's driving, and then I am using my phone, so I don't have the rights. If I was on my computer, I'll be able to. Wacha nimwandikie message nione kama anaweza muongeza, so that way the conversation keeps on going.
Sawa bana Mkenya Mkora.
Remember also the lady who went to the coast and she was giving people money in a hotel. Bribe. I mean, this is amazing.
All right, we'll see you guys in a few. Thank you.
Okay. Comfort, where we went wrong. Okay, I've voted severally, and I also saw, when growing up, I saw what, how the campaigns were being done because you know our families has been in that for quite a long time.
Even my dad, his boat will be thrown in the river. But
Yeah, yeah. You know, at one time I would be, you know, as a small boy, I remember my dad would tell me, "Can you record this for me?" You know, he would give me a pile of receipts, you know, and then I'm recording, you know, and you record in a very nice, you know, 2 columns on a foolscap, very nicely. He would tell me, "Papanga vizuri kabisa," you know, this receipt for this, the date, name, in a time, you know. Why were they doing that? There was a law that was saying you had some limit in terms of the position. Like for the councillors, they had, I don't know whether it was 65,000 then, you know, the 80s.
Yeah, their campaign
And
money.
then, yeah, and you would account for you to, you know, for that ceiling. And if you are to exceed, you would go and face I think it was an IBC of then. I don't know what they were calling it. You would have to go and justify and say, I nimepita kiwango yangu because of this. And what they would excuse mostly was logistics. If, for example, you would have to make more rounds, then you spend more on fuel, and maybe your cars broke down. You had to come and show cause why they should give you an extra window to cover for your movement. Now, when you, if you exceeded that money and it's not accountable, you are nullified.
Yes. Even here,
Unaona?
I remember 2000, I think it was 2003 or 4, when the elections, I was in the campaign for, he was called Bob Graham in Florida. He was running for governor. And I remember the finance limit, I think this should be like $2,300. You can't give beyond that. That's it. They have, it's so strict. So here we are hearing Akina Sicily, Bariri, all those people, how much were they getting to go and distribute? Of course, they were not giving it all to the people. Some of them would end up giving Sukuma Wiki, Akina, the guy for, I can't remember his name, the guy who does the internet stuff, IT stuff. Anyway, they were giving Sukuma Wiki and Lollipop, but I'm sure Gidenji was giving them a lot of money per day or per whatever, per week, beyond the limit.
Yeah, you are talking of Itumbi.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we did everything wrong.
Because
everything wrong, including now including even that whole thing of when you're campaigning, you're not supposed to have any restriction. Like now having Rigiji having to look for a Panyadu to enter a Narok and wear a helmet and all that stuff. Or the Tawe guy almost being shot, assassinated. That's not supposed to be the atmosphere for campaigning. You're supposed to campaign freely. You can't tear gas people just because they want to go and listen to campaign promises. So we need to sit down and rewrite this law. That's why I'm saying it's a learning moment. How these by elections are gonna go down. We'll learn a lot, and we'll call them out. And this time we'll be super prepared because we've done everything wrong. But the biggest one is that we don't know who is that on the ballot. That's not the guy who is campaigning. 2 different people. Even if your name changes, even with a letter and an alphabet, that's a different person. We had, like when I was registering to run for office, everything had to match. The certificates, if you had changed your high school certificates, you changed your name, you had to verify that's your name changed to your married name. It was so strict. Yet they allow a guy who has a different name from the name on the ballot to run to be elected tomorrow or not elected.
You know, Comfort. It was rumored that 2 days ago, 4 days ago, it was not a rumor. The guy was considering to pull out. Okay, the pressure was too much. When the headlines hit, and then there was also this other one of the the forging of the Gazette notices. It's also hit. And then so many. The guy was like, oh my God, this is too much. Because when he was going into it, he didn't know that he was assured, by Kasongo and the others. Remember, they went and took a photo with Kasongo, and it is said that some of that money, that loot he got from the oxygen air supply, which was never to be, he went and of course shared, some loot with the UDA, and that's why, he had to be to nini, and then ikatokelezea imeandikwa because they want to charge you, badilisha jina, just change your name. And it was that casual.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is triple. That is so criminal. The criminal energy with these people is just too much. And he's running for office to lead who again? How?
And that, and that was the advice from the Kasongo and team. That it's simple. Ni rahisi tu badilisha jina. That tells you how casually Kenyans are being treated.
So
That's
if you
why
change your name, you're not the thief. So if I can steal as Comfort, but then for court I change to Jane.
You change the name and we appoint you. Now remember, as we are talking, Jana na leo, the anaitwa DC controller of budget, anaitwa nani, this other one who controls, anasema how much money has disappeared? Is it 400?
It was 300 billion. It's not a
300 billion.
Did not go through the clearance by the Congress.
Yeah, it's gone. So every kukucha, yani stealing and killing and murdering people, it's not a problem in Kenya. And when I tell people we have no country, watu wananiambia, oh no, you see, you are an anarchist, hapana, we need the peace. What peace do we have really when justice is not there? When now actually, I don't know what people are waiting for. When now you have the thieves are the ones that are, flamboyantly roving the country and, wanapima pesa na tulikuwa tunaziita mtaani ratili. Yani unapima pesa. We have crossed from counting money to weighing money.
To weighing
Wakenya, yes. Wakenya. That is where we are. That should call for a total revolution and overthrowing of the government.
Even that thing, people are some kids are dying because of hitting 104. That you get a fever, waiting to be treated with all that SHA issue. Now imagine a president saying you can be shot in the leg and you don't have even insurance. There's no hospital, no medicine. I mean, how crazy is that? I thought he would walk it back when he was with Al Jazeera. He didn't. He said, "Yeah, shoot them on the." I couldn't believe it.
Msimamo uko ndani, si uinue mkono bwana. Msimamo. Is it msimamo? Huyu ni msimamo. Siku anaona. I'm also using the phone. Ametoka. Yeah, so basically for me, I know sometimes I face the reality. Where I'm seeing hopelessness, I don't try to paint it and pretend, and I think I'm beyond that age of when someone is dying, you are there pretending. Mtu ana dawa, na unajua hiyo dawa ndio itamtreat specific. Uenda hosi hakuna, dukani hauna pesa ya kununua, then you start saying that person will live. Yeah, it's like getting over. You see somebody who is asthmatic, ana inhaler, ana nini imemhit and all that, and then you are there saying you hope you live. I mean, surely this is our country. That's where we are. Our country is
have a country.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, and then we are here saying, oh, our army is the most disciplined. You guys, you should not even talk. For me, I don't care if army can take over to stop this rot. Because once they take over, of course, that will stop.
Tony PK.
Yes.
Tony PK, eh?
Yes.
Are you aware that kuna nchi inaitwa Guinea-Bissau na pia wamepindua serikali right now, today, as we speak?
No, I wasn't. I'm not.
Yeah. There is a country called Guinea-Bissau. Uchaguzi
I know Guinea-Bissau.
Ileweki na wamepindua.
Exactly.
From a sham election. Na president akakamatwa. President sasa hako mateka. Sahi as we speak.
Ni anyongwe tu, you know, because honestly, I don't know, and I really don't care what people think about me. For me, that's what I think should happen. Because sahi hebu niambieni hope iko wapi ya Kenya in terms of election comfort. Mimi na wewe, I know we are politicians, we still want to go and contest. Where's the hope?
Before I used to argue with you about, but now I've reached where you're saying. I think this Guinea-Bissau sounds quite interesting. I'm looking at it. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, and the Guinea-Bissau issue came from an election. The election was just a sham, and I think a responsible military decided to see we will not take the country to anarchy.
Actually,
so let me
I can read it here. It says
a responsible military actually truncates, analyzes, and makes the right decision. Now, wanasema instead of sacrificing the nation, let's sacrifice this one idiot. And that is what Kenya military cannot do. Like for them, they have no problem with sacrificing 10,000 Kenyans as long as Ruto is feeding them. What kind of a military is that?
Okay, it says here, it happened 2 hours ago. A group of army officers said they had seized power in a coup from the Guinea-Bissau on Wednesday. Okay, a day before the planned announcement of the results. You see, that's where somebody wants results announced, certificate given, oath given on the spot. Then you have the instruments of power. Now, you know, you start connecting the dots there. Go on.
Of course, Guinea-Bissau, the military has done wonders. I can tell you, Guinea-Bissau has done wonders to actually thwart a president who wanted to embed himself into the people. And that thing, let me tell you the reason why this military, I like them. They have aborted a very precarious situation where millions of Guinea-Bissau people could have either died or become homeless by just wanting to protect one idiot. That is what is not happening in Kenya. Somebody in Kenya is, let me tell you, Madam Comfort and Tony PK, Kenyans are not supposed to suffer. There is somebody who is not doing the right thing. There is somebody who is enabling and feeding the viper. There is somebody who is not doing the right thing. Let me tell you, Comfort, in human life, akunanga kitu haina solution. Solution ya kasongo iko, but there is somebody who is not doing the right thing.
I think it's also Kenyans the way we are. I don't know. We're just very calm, very hopeful, and we believe in the best. And then we go sleep. We wake up, another day starts. We just describe the pain with a lot of articulation. We describe everything, and then we say, but there's a God. Then then you sleep. Then the next day, describe what is going on very clearly, and it is wrong. You say, imagine this is what is happening, and I don't understand why they can't. Then they go to sleep. You wake up again. I said it once. That's one of the best countries for a dictator to really thrive, because either we're disjointed or we are just so numb to so much happening on a daily basis that we just we're stuck. But when the time will come, I guess people will just explode. But that's what has managed to keep people, the kind of governance we have going. I see it because we complain so much. Like now we've talked, what will happen? I'll go cook, sleep, wake up, and we see the results. We'll discuss. We'll just describe what happened. And then the next day we'll describe what happened in Malava, describe and all that. We describe somebody's wealth. He's got 4 trillion. And he has bought a bank, and all the money, all the government money has to go through that bank. You know, he owns the country in terms of he's richer than the country with the money in and without. He's allowed people to clear forests in Mau to feed his factory for furniture, but yet he's also trying to get a Nobel Prize for climate change or something like that. I don't know. But we just keep describing. We go to bed, and then we wake up and we go to the next. We grab the next news. My question is when can
Madam Comfort, hiyo sijapata. Ati kuna mtu anataka kupata Nobel?
Yeah, you saw him once with an electric little car and all that stuff, and saying plant trees and then what. But then now he has a factory in Eldoret, and now he's opened. He's allowed people to do logging in Mau. So you can go now cut trees and feed the factory for furniture. He's in every business. He thinks he's in every business, him and his family. But yeah, that's what's happening. He had wanted, remember that was the first thing we had was a big climate conference. After that, we had him driving a small car electric car from State House. We had some staged electric buses or something like that. So just stage for the world to see.
Yeah, unless if Oslo is having stupid people to give Ruto a Nobel. Unless Oslo is having stupid people, that would be the least person to be given it.
Who are narcissists like that actually believes that. But he can't help himself. He's in every
you know, it is just like the way I heard that CAF Africa awarded Ruto a present. I was just laughing. How can CAF give Ruto a present? Somebody who has been maiming, killing, doing all the heinous acts in the Republic of Kenya. But anyway, I think Madam Comfort, because naona pia Mbudi amefika hapa, and I also want to let him say something. I think now it has come a time whereby the events of today will actually tell us if we have a country or not. And that is why, Stony PK, I think this by-election, how the government is going to react, how the IBC is going to handle the situation, how the police are going to react. So we have an opportunity actually of testing if we can get Ruto out of power. Today is a very serious day. And I hope, Stony PK, even the candidates who we are vouching for, they know how important this thing is. It's not about them. Sijui kama Karisha naelewa the momentous occasion which he is facing. He happens to be the candidate, but see, actually, our akina Seth Panyako and whoever, all these people, it is not about them. They are just in the crossroad of history. They are just in the crossroad of history. But if they knew how serious today is, they can actually present themselves with a very high stake of saving their country. Yes, Bwana Mbudi, go ahead and react to what is happening tonight as we wait for the big day.
Yeah, let me say I had to Comfort. It's been a while since I saw you. I see always hearing from you, spewing wisdom always. Stone Big, everybody, how are you?
I'm good. Your audio, bro.
My audio is down, Amani. Can you hear me now?
Now you are loud and clear, yes.
Okay. It looks like I should shout now. Okay. Yeah. You know, Jiru has just shocked me that in Kenya we can truncate or shorten the duration of Kasongo. You know, Jiru, let's put things in perspective and honestly, because I think the only consistent person I've ever gotten from day one who I used to disagree in a certain way was Stone PK. Let me repeat this. There is no political solution to Kenya. It is a revolutionary solution. If you think a political solution in Kenya is possible, then again, we have a long time waiting. Now, let me give you a case study or a case scenario of even the recent events. Up to a week ago or 2 weeks ago, Wanga and his, Mongrels were shouting in Mombasa how they are part and parcel of the broad-based government until the chicken came home to roost. They've been campaigning against Gachagua, Matiang'i, and us, those who have insisted that one time, until they realized Aroko is the candidate, which I insisted here that Aroko is going to win. If you have seen my comments anywhere from X, here and elsewhere, I insisted Aroko will win that seat, not courtesy of Ruto, but Ruto is part and parcel of that campaign. But because Ongondo Were was so hated because of the brutalities that he caused to the people. Now, look at this scenario, and I want you to help me understand. How can we shorten the duration of Ruto? If people receive a little bit of power, to position from Luo Nyanza, and they start holding over us. I wish you knew Luo on how sometimes Mbadi talks and how he is scheming to be the kingpin of the Luo nation. It seems like Ruto knows how to play this game so well that he has played everybody and all the institutions to the core. And yet we have not seen that there is no total election that is going to be free and fair, because from the judiciary, from the IEBC, from the military, from everything, Ruto has suffocated us. Now, if you want to talk about the military situation, sometimes I even laugh. This is a man, allegedly, who made sure that Ogola had to be put in a plane that obviously was bought in 1950 something, and the demise of him and his death, and he was organized the military totally and completely. And like other countries that for a very long time, including countries like Wachana, Uganda, countries like Zimbabwe, it is difficult even for Mnangagwa to actually deal with the military. Now, if you look at our military very well, I want you to pose a question to you. Who can stand up against Kasongo? If you look at the sad history of our military and the budget it gets, and how all of them big bellies and big pockets, they are not military men. By the way, these are not military men. You may think they are military men, but they have never been military men, because our NDTZ, in fact, kama waliendaga tizi ni ile peke yake, especially these people who are in top top ranks. These are people who, in terms of equipping themselves as military men, both knowledge, strategy, and everything, it was the day they got that promotion. They stopped scheming about that. If you go to DOD, which I've been, pleasured to go many times, and anybody who has gone there, that officer mess, you look at our officers and you wonder if this is a military, or it's an obesity rehab. Okay, you look at it and I wonder, is it an obesity rehab? Because the rate at which they eat and drink, my friend, you will wonder if our military actually exists, or it's the grace of God that actually kept Kenya safe till today, or it's the prayers that we say to the Mount Kenya. Now, we cannot translate the lifespan of Ruto, a man who actually, I want to know in history, who as in the only thing that he has not truly changed, the top rank is the Chief Justice. But you can almost know that Koome is a Benin Chief Justice. He does not have the power that Maraga had. She does not have, she does not have the power Maraga had. She does not have any power that the previous Chief Justice had. She's just a dog barking without teeth. You know that, which tells you that we have no judiciary. You come to what we call the legislature, we have no legislature. All the institutions, including the military, the police, the presidency itself, even the deputy president, he has succeeded single-handedly within 2 years to completely remove everybody and only people subject to his loyalty. Look at IEBC, how he was able to defunk it easily. You know, the Cherera had to be forced to resign. Even after they made the broad-based government, Raila had no audacity to tell him, now, let's start with the IEBC. Let us restate the Cherera form. What did we do? We left him. Stone PK has been very consistent. There is no political solution whereby we want to up the emotion of the people today to answer to say, today is the most important day. We have said that, including our day with the destiny. My friend, we were shortchanged. If you don't go and be ready to resolve this issue once and for all, there is no election, there is no anything like BBI, there is no broad-based government, there is no DADCO report, there is nothing in any fancy way that it's called talk or process. or political solution that is going to help Kenya at this particular time. This man studied power. He knew for him to get power, he had to rally from Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He had to make a deal with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Uhuru stupidly gave him half of the government, which he understood that he could not stupidly give it to Gachagua. And the moment Gachagua thought it's going to be, like that, he took him out. Now you have, Wamudene, right there, thinking that, power can be given to him. These people have sucked power totally. Everything is in their command. Let's be honest about that. The ground does not want the guy. But the institutions of power, that sword that we gave this guy, is the greatest regret. I don't know, even if we were to have even our own daughter as the IEBC commissioner and declare another person, this man can get out of power. It's a high time for us to resign from this deep slumber. This deep slumber that a political solution, is attainable. It's attainable with William Samoei Ruto. It was with Kibaki. It was with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But it will never be with William Samoei Ruto. If you have seen how he has played ODM, Sifuna has told these people from the beginning, my friend, these people refused totally. Today they were literally listening to Sifuna like kids. What has happened again? Rumor is, not allegedly, Oburu is on his last days too. Oburu is not in a vacation. Ile keki ilikuwa maneno yake mzuri. And I wish it happens, not because I'm a bad person. No, because we told you, we went to the street, we bebad sufuria. Until recently, Kenyans, this day has nothing to do with saving our future. This day has nothing to do with it. Make up your mind and say, you know what? Enough is enough. Because the military, everybody has been institutionally corrupt anytime. And one of the reasons why Raila from the beginning lost the election is putting Martha Karua as her deputy president, coupling it with the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, whereby every corrupt individual in Kenya, from Musalia Mudavadi, Ruto, and all these people who got wealth through dubious ways, when they looked and saw the work ethics of Martha Karua and saw the work ethics of Raila Amolo Odinga, this compound, this dynamo, if they come to power, all of them coalesced together and said, you know what, we may not like Ruto, but the duo that is coming will deal with us. What did they do? That is why Gachagua, that is why Musalia Mudavadi, that's why Wetangula, that's why Ndindi Nyoro, that's why even these people that are with us today, that we are fetishizing, went to support Ruto, not because they believed in him, including Muturi. They knew wacha kutubeba ufala. They knew they were running away from corruption. They knew they were protecting their own interests. They knew they were protecting ill-gained wealth. But when they found out that even that which they were protecting, it was not protectable anymore, Kaongo was coming for it now on a different name called Githinji. Now that you have said, ye ni mtu tu ananyonga ama si hata kuchinja, ni mtu wa kunyonga kila kitu. Now they came on this side to coalesce to see if they can also save their own interests. Njiru, it's a high time we keep saying what Stone PK used to say, and we used to think is an extremist. There is no political solution in the country called Kenya today. The magnanimity of both corruption and wickedness is so high that even those that we are campaigning for, including Panyako, were the people who installed Ruto by force, by fire. We cannot forget today how Panyako coalesced the nasty, a union, and literally single-handedly put that basket to Ruto. The question is, are we going to put our faith back again in a political process whereby a man took an IBC that was negotiated out and picked his own IBC? Honestly, Bwana ya comfort. In anything, Ruto has put all things into the ground for his win in 2028. Given the fact on how already East Africa is going, or Eastern Africa, from Ethiopia, they did an election never announced. You see the vice president and the commotion that is going. We have a president who is in a diaper, even peeing in himself all over, but he can't get out of Southern Sudan. Museveni is not even in control of that country anymore. We have had civil society talk about it. You've heard even the people who abducted come back and tell us Museveni is a gone case. You see Madam Suluhu, you see Kagame, you see what is going on that. So it is not going to be business as usual, and you think that now Kenya is going to be so different when all these presidents understand that Kenya ikikohoa wao wanashika homa. So what will they do? They will coalesce and support Ruto so that Ruto can do anything, so that the Kenyan youths who have seen that they are contagious and they are spreading their message to the other countries are totally suffocated. So I think it is an outright revolution whereby there is no forgiveness of sin without redemption of blood. Sasa ikiwa people want a better future, they have. And the GNZs were told, please, this guy is bad. Even Uhuru Muigai went to the dialect and spoke Kikuyu on several moments. He told huyu akichukua hii anasema nyinyi mnapewa 2%, anachukua 98. He tried every means to tell us. People refused. And those who refused are Kashagwa. Those who refused are JT Muturi. Those who refused are those who are with us and again joined him. You see them today. So how do you think we can truncate the power of William Samoei Ruto? It is almost impossible. This guy understands power. He has put his power together. The only power that he cannot contain right now is the power of the people and the pools, the way they are saying. But in regards to a person that who will announce the election and the institution and everything, he has set the pace. So the only thing he does not have is you and me. And that is the only power we must use by all necessary means. The quicker, the better. The faster, the better. Tomorrow, the better. If you wait until 2028, mizizi itakuwa imemea. Thank you, Njiro. Yeah, I'm done. Stone.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought Njiro is around. Am I audible?
Very audible.
Yeah, I was having some coffee. Anyway, you very well put it, Bro Bundi. Sometimes it's good to really call a spade a spade. We've been sliding in this because we've been pegging ourselves on hope. This can't happen. Oh, yeah, Kani. Oh, Kenya is a democratic country. Oh, that cannot happen in Kenya. Actually, we are a country of that can't happen. And that can't happen phrase, it's that everything has happened. What has not happened in Kenya now? Oh, Kenya cannot be like Somalia. Kenya cannot be like this and that. What is it that has not happened in Somalia that has happened in Kenya? I mean, that has not happened in Kenya. Yeah? Just because the army has not come out, in the streets and started shooting people or something like that, But we've had people coming out with the sophisticated weapons, shooting people at random. What do you call that? What do we call that? In a country that is claiming sovereignty. What is that? A country that claims, oh, we are sovereign, we are more advanced like Tanzania. Than Tanzania. We are not like Uganda. We are not like XYZ. We are like Uganda, Tanzania, and these others. Yeah. Just because in Uganda they are announcing every appointment now. Like now, Museveni has appointed his daughter to be the central bank governor. Yeah. Here they are doing everything, but and we know, but we don't talk about it. Ruto has appointed all his cronies everywhere. He has captured the country totally, 100%. And once you capture the country, including elections, and including the banks, including the businesses, what else is remaining? Mwananchi is left naked. And that's why, for me, when I hear what Guinea-Bissau has done, Nepal has done, I don't start saying, oh my God, you can't have army coming to do this. The only people who fear when such thing happen is the Bwenyenyes, the people holding ill acquired properties and money. Otherwise, Mwananchi, for me, I always ask, what would Mwananchi lose if if the government was overthrown? Or what would Mwananchi wa kawaida, who is the sufferer? Because Mwananchi wa kawaida ndio anasuffer. Ata lose nini? Bwana Bundi, unaweza nielezea? If there was a coup in Kenya, what would my shosho in Mbere lose? Ama ataumizwa na nini? Nini itamuumiza? What is it that she will say, oh, I wish we continued with Ruto? I'm asking like a layman. Because if Jesse takes and then somehow they start chasing away thieves who are making that wale wana pretend kuna shaa kuna nini and it's working, yet it's not working. Pesa za wazee zinadistributiwa haziendi hazifikii wazee. If somebody came and stopped that, I would think there would be celebration all over. Mahali inakuja unaenda unaiba, unaambiwa usistuke, ati wanataka kukuchaja, badilisha name, badilisha jina, tena unachatiwa na kwa WhatsApp, unaambiwa Son PK, ati unasemaje? Umemanga ngapi hizo? We come straight. Badilisha jina one touch. Ati lakini sheria inasema this number of days, anaambia wewe tuachie hiyo, tutadili nayo. That's the language in Kenya. Wewe umeona mahali pa kumanga, wewe enda umange. That reminds me of Moi. Moi alikuwa anakuambia wewe enda tafuta mahali unaweza kupata kitu, alafu wewe kuja late. Unaenda ukizunguka. The easier target was land. So you would go around Nairobi, look for any open land. Unakuja unaambia Moi kuna open space umepata hapa na hapa na hapa. Uenda anapiga simu. Hebu we fanya hiyo search. Hiyo basi nani ni ya nani? Anaambia mzee, hii ni ya jamaa moja sijui huyo alikufa akaachia huyu, sasa imechange hand mara 3. Kusha God. That is our country. It's our country. Saa hii tutaongea, tunaamkia elections, so-called elections. Taenda hivi, we know the candidate that the people want, the people. And it's never hard to tell who the people want. Hapo hiyo itakuwa rigged, utasikia margin ilikuwa ni kura 150, kura 250. Just to make sure that it doesn't look funny. When all the polls are showing the height of over 80% to the people preferred candidate. Utakuja utaambiwa it was hotly contested. Hotly contested because for every meeting ulikuwa una Kindiki na timu yake na mahelikopta na watu wametravel kutoka Garaka, wengine wametoka all over, wanakuja wanajoin crowd ya Karis, unaambua that was Mbeere North. That was Mbeere North. And I would want people to even go and check on YouTube how Mbeere North campaigns have been. Yeah, they've been very competitive, but you don't have those kind of crowds that we were seeing. Kwani watu wametoka wapi? 2022 na 2024, 25, miaka 3 watu wamekuwa wengi aje Mbeere North. We come from there, we know. Mpaka watu wanaangaliana huko Siakago, huko sokoni, wanaulizana haya na mama umete ku, yani hala hawa nao wametoka wapi? Yeah, because those constituencies ni Ushago, ni nyumbani, watu wanajuana. Kama sasa mimi in the entire ward, tuanze tu na ward. In the entire ward, I think the people I am not able to tell who this is. Si wengi. Mtu tu hata akimention jina, hata sura nikiangalia najua hii ni ya pande plan, ya family plan and all that. Then now as you go like that, inakuwa even constituents, unakuta you know so many people, you know in terms of families and that kind of a thing.
So then, Stony PK, what is the strategy of the people in Mbeere in identifying the people who have been imported to harass them? They should be able to identify them from far and say, you're not from here, just car kando. You just start pointing them, they'll panic and they might end up leaving. Because
unaona comfort hapo shida mahali iko. I think that's
I told you,
people
in the village, they know who is not from there. If you're lining up to vote, you know this person is not even a cop, and they're saying that he's a cop without uniform. You know what cops look like. All that is, it's we the people who can identify and really point at them. They'll start running away. If everybody just points 10, 20 and say, you guys, you have to go, they'll leave or join instead of harassing people. That's the kind of mindset we need to have. Amongst those cops, just hold on, those cops, they live in Mabati houses. I've entered one of those Mabati houses where they divide even the Mabati house, 2 families with a shuka. Those things are like a hot sauna. Then the salary need very little and that kind of a stuff. They're easily joining the people. There's no cops and people. That's when you know things are hot. Go ahead.
Oh, Comfort, what we need to understand is the words from our leaders. Martha Karua has already told us there is an elite police that specifically works for William Samoei Ruto. And you even saw what happened to Natembeya. Those are not our normal police officers who are doing that. And a couple of months ago, the governor for Taita Taveta really complained. He said, when did we have Somali and we are not being tribal here, but that's the question he asked. When did we start having Somali chiefs? Who are these people that are registering here? Tell us. Remember, even when he refused to say one time and started complaining and saying, there's some things happening here in Taveta that we have never seen. And, this man has put his agenda in the ground, and he's already done. He's testing it, and that's why he was so quick to bring his own IBC, and we agreed into this by elections without going back and ask, according to the rule of the law, which is supreme. The moment he forced the IBC officers to resign, we were supposed to have some sort of a laguna, which did not actually happen. So we ended up sailing through, and them convincing us some point we have IBC, sometimes we don't have IBC, sometimes we have IBC, sometimes we don't have IBC, until he was able to fill those through buying people like Raila and coming through broad-based development. In that particular time, they set up, so when you're saying that the person that specifically can say you are not from here is when you actually go to vote, and the IBC officer will look at your name and say you're not registered. That is the law. If they have circumvented the law, and if we are going to do that, then they are going to cause chaos and obviously rig the election, whichever way. And that's what they will want most. And I had one leader actually ask very good questions. We have seen so many people that we do not know. That was in Kisii. Somebody said in our dialect that we are seeing people here. You know, there are villages, the way Stone Picker said, there are villages you don't expect, you know, other tribes to go voting. A village for an MCA, you don't expect like 20 or 10% of some other tribes to go voting for an MCA of a particular village, because it's almost like a clan, you know, it's almost like a clan. You can almost feel. But such are the things that are happening. And how did he put the ground on that? When we had the ODMs year at 20 in Kisii, a lot of people were transported to Kisii Stadium that we didn't even know where they came from. And it was filled to the capacity. And what did we see? We see people registering. We saw people doing ABCD. You know, that particular time we thought it was a joke. But people were simply busy registering, so on and so forth. And rigging was going on at that particular time without our knowledge. So what I'm saying is this. I mean, we cannot come in the last minute thinking that we are going to defeat this man who actually spills things, sleeps, eats, lies. Okay, and everything he does, there's nothing good or there's nothing truthful in it. So, and that is why I insisted that, you know, I think I come to the conclusion what Stone has always said. I mean, if you are sitting on the line expecting your candidate to win, where Ruto really wants to win, then I think we are really sleeping. If Ruto wants to win in a certain area, I know he will win because he had put the ground there, and that is what he wanted to. But if we go all out to protect that vote by all necessary means, by using what Gachagua said, that 2007 itakuwa Christmas, and protect these elections, ni kama hiyo Christmas again. Like it was little, it was nothing. You protect the votes with all every iota of your energy. I think then again, but what I've known about by election is once that money, 3 days when the campaign is closing, people have eaten money, they are happy, they are finished. The election day, when people wake up, people will go where they go to. The people who have the problems, ABCD. It's not like us who are really looking at it and saying, you know, this is do or die. I saw people resigning in Kisii and say, you know what, hii wameshaiba and hatutaki maneno nyingi, wacha tungoje 2028. I saw people say that, and I was like, oh, okay, this is how people are going to decide to give up? Then I think it tells that people are just ready to eat money. They don't want to be killed. They don't want to get stuck. They don't want to sacrifice. And why would we waste time here, me and Jiru making noise every day? I said, wacha watu wakule ujeuri wao. Walikataa wakavotia Ruto by force, na Ruto pia akaiba kidogo akakuwa president. Today they are complaining, but when they are complaining again, wanakula pesa ya Ruto for meetings zake. Because if you truly did not want Ruto, hata kama unapewa pesa, why still go there? In all those rallies, unaona Machakos, unaona kila mahali anaenda, you still find people hungry with money just to give him that perspective, and he doesn't need votes. He needs that perspective to steal. So you're giving him the oxygen already.
Mr. Bundi, I just like to support you. You're right. And I go back to what my point was earlier, that we are good at describing. Like now what you described, what was going on in a certain place, the rigging or how people, you know, I think it's in Kisii you are mentioning. And then you ask very important questions, but now you're going to go and sleep. That's what happens. So many things happen across the country, but we hit, as Kenyans, we tend to hit reset. We sleep, we hit reset. The next day, another very mega thing that you'd think people would say this is enough. We describe it and then we go to sleep. That is what we need to stop. Now, when you're talking about, I went back to the recognizing the people who are joining in the line. When you are actually lining up to vote, because this is in the ward, these are the people who you're with in the village. There's small talk as you're lining up to go in and vote. You can tell this person is not from here. You just need to ask, who did you come? You can tell they're not from here. The people in Berry, if I'm standing behind you and I talk to the guy ahead of you and I say, oh, I'll come to your place later for milk or something like that, they know me. But we see 2-3 people in between who we don't know, then there's a problem. Then we have to be sure that the agents we have, we trust them. They cannot be bought, or they can eat but not vote, but not rig in the agents who we have in the counting. When they start counting the votes, the agents that we have, you have to be sure of them, because like I said, if somebody has $1 trillion, people are given. In fact, when Rigathi was being removed, the members of parliament were very shocked to realize they were not all getting the same amount of money. Some people got 20,000, some people got 2 million, some got 5. Everybody had a different price, and they know who to give what amount. They were very bitter afterwards to realize that they got Rigathi out some for just 200,000, while somebody else got 10. There's a price for everybody. So that is the other thing that we need to be careful. We need to have ethical people. We don't know whether that can happen. But back to the people getting the money and cheering, you're right, the perspective. They take pictures at angles, you have to cheer. There's somebody standing next to you, you've taken the bribe, they're watching if you're cheering, you cheer. They take those pictures. So when it comes to the results, then you can say that it was a very close race. But yet you know that these people don't want a certain person. That will be the problem now. So he's hacked the whole system. He knows, I'll get the IBC, I'll have people to cheer because they'll be given enough money. They cheer, capture the picture that your people are listening to both sides and cheering both sides to create a scenario. But I don't see why people cannot take the money and not cheer, but they cheer. But I heard from some of my relatives that each person is given 10 people. You stand there and you're watching them. You have to cheer. You have to actually cheer. Others will be in problems. You have to cheer. You get the money, you still have to cheer. So we have learned a lot, but tomorrow is what is going to capture what will happen 2027. If we're going to get to 2027, I don't believe we will.
And the comfort, the larger perspective of Ruto is not even winning the by-elections, okay? Ruto is creating a perception that he can still garner, a certain amount of percentage he still has not gotten 0% in the mountain. So he will still want to come with double digits. And that is where they play with the numbers, okay? Because if you look at Kenyan election after 2002, it's a very awkward election. People are winning with very negligent numbers, 200,000, just because of this issue called 50+1. And Ruto is not planning to win by 51%, okay? Ruto is all fighting 50+1. And the perspective that he's fighting towards that is my problem. Unaelewa?
Yeah, I know. He had a polling. He did a poll, I think 2 weeks ago, showing that 24 counties he already had the 50+1.
Exactly.
So in that one, when you're the envoy, people who are observing and all these people, they might think, because they think that polls are whatever.
Yeah.
But as Kenyans, we know everything is always cooked. But again, we sleep, we reset, we wake up for the next big thing. Go on.
And that is the problem I'm having. And that is where I came in, because Njiru was saying that we can truncate or we can shorten, okay, the lifespan of Ruto's presidency. And I was like, look, we are always behind. Now look at that poll. We didn't pay attention to it. I looked at it and I was laughing because I have it on my fingertips, okay, how the poll actually in every county. And I was really laughing because I was comparing it to actually what Kibagendi had spoken about, Ruto not having enough counties actually to win when he was in Obina Obina showed. So I was comparing that pool and what Kibagendi said, because Kibagendi was very informative in terms of strategy, why the 6 points why Ruto cannot win. Now, to debunk that, Ruto has already started debunking the 6-point agenda, Kibagendi, on how he is not going to win the election. And now he's showing already that Akona 24, whereby he is 24, whereby he's there. So Ruto might not want actually to win this election. And if we are so short-sighted, we think that we are going to punish Ruto by not giving an MP. But what on a larger scale, the ball game of Ruto, and that is my fear. And I think, Comfort, you're seeing what I'm trying to say. He has created a perspective that the mountain has not been contained fully by William Samoei Ruto. So what is going to come out is, yes, these candidates are going to win, but it's going to be a close election. But is that really true? It is not. And after he has done that, through the media now, they are going to reinforce that, Gachagua will win, DCP will win, DCP will win, DCP will win. But, there are still remnants of UDA within the mountain. There are still remnants of UDA in the coastal area. There are still remnants of UDA in Kisii. There are still actually more remnants of UDA in Western, and now there is a group of new UDA people who we did not have where. Sorry, let me put this back.
Mr. Bundi, that is why sometimes when you're told just eat the money but don't cheer. The cheering is the problem because of the perception. Eat the money.
That perception he has created and it is the problem, and that perspective is what the media is riding on. And once the media start riding on that Ruto got 40% in Western, Ruto wrote this, that is how they are going to steal election. That is what we didn't want.
And that is why I'm saying, people are taking the money, they're told to eat it, but don't cheer. You just sit it like that, or even just say Tawe. But that's not happening. So when people who are reporting from even other countries or something, they'll say both sides were being cheered the same. You see? Or closely. And that is what we're seeing, the perception. I saw it with UDA. The whole place was yellow. After the elections, you couldn't get any yellow material anywhere in Kenya. It was all finished. There was no yellow anything. It was all gone. And that is the power.
How are you, my brother?
Perception. Yeah, I think you need to mute. You need to mute someone. But go ahead then. I was just putting out that thing of perception.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. PK, we can hear you.
No. Thank you. Let me check. Okay, thank you.
Bundi, you can go ahead. I was just talking about that. I was supporting you on the perception.
Yeah, the problem with that issue of perception is this. We have commercialized politics so bad. And I'm talking from a strategic point of view. We have commercialized politics so bad. And then we have extended politicking throughout the 4 years that by the time somebody finishes to campaign and is sworn in as a member of parliament, physically, mentally, financially, psychologically, they are depleted. And they need a place they need a rehab to go to rest. And to do what? to replenish their everything that they feel has been depleted. Part of it is the finances. Our politics is so commercialized and so expensive that after the election, it is so easy again to buy these people. Extremely easy to buy these people. So now it comes back again to sanitizing our politics. But before that, you can never have a political process that you trust. And you can put your trust into, more especially like today or tomorrow, thinking that we have won, but Ruto's game plan is carved up to 2027, whereby his 50+1 is already in the basket. As we are fighting this, the pool is already showing him and the perspective that he wants that he's winning 24 by this. So what next? The only thing he needs to get is 50% +1. And that is where I think we have to realize that the IEBC that Ruto has, we cannot have faith in it. We have seen the IEBCs we have had 2007, 2013, 2020, 2022. They were so inept, and yet they had a little bit negotiation from both sides. Now you can tell me an IEBC that is totally appointed by this one man. Don't you think their only master is William Samoei Ruto, not us? And if that is so, then I think this perspective that we have given Ruto, tunasema pesa ni yetu, wacha tukule, I think it's also a wrong idea that we must stop completely. Why? Because it is hurting you guys and you are extending the leadership of Ruto while thinking by eating his money, you are truncating it. And that is why I came up here to tell my friend Jiru. And I don't know why he has gone, because I was answering him that, don't you think our military can do that? I was like, no, it can't. You have militaries that are professional over the world. In fact, in as much as we may belittle Uganda and Tanzania, their military is a little bit more professional than ours. In as much as we may think we are better in any way, it is just by the grace of God that we have a space whereby maybe 1 or 2, 3 things are better. But that does not mean that our military is capable of doing and exerting pressure to a president and to remove him. I don't think our military can do that. I think the military of Kenya should be viewed the #1 enemy of the people of the Republic of Kenya. We should never look at the military as a friend to Kenya, because they had numerous opportunities to take this country to where it, but they've never done that. And the only reason is that the top ranking officers, they are so extremely wealthy. Most of them, the top-notch members of the military, where they live, where their kids go to school, the kind of wealth that they have amassed, you wouldn't think that they're military officers. Come to this country and see the military officers. They have sworn to the uniform and to the country of this, to the life of this country. They are not that wealthy. If they can be wealthy, it's because they came out of it and they have speaking engagement. They have sold a book, so on and so forth, but not out of nowhere. You know that comfort. But look at our military people, how wealthy they are. Do you think they are ready to sacrifice the country so that that wealth can go down? I don't think so. So I think we have created a system that only extends the term of the sitting president because he eats with those who have eaten before and who will want to eat even after he is gone. And that statement is very important. The people in the military, the judiciary, and the institution that should safeguard and protect us are people who have eaten before, and that is why they must be protected by the present president, and they will eat in the future, and that is why they must choose the next president to protect their future again. That is the conundrum we are having, and that is why a political solution is not possible in Kenya. I think a revolutionary solution is the only way that can completely put this one, and so that the systems that are deep rooted to protect each other can be totally be dismantled, so that maybe we can start anew as a republic. But as of present, I think every institution, every leader only talks about change. But when they realize that everything they have was because of corruption, they think twice. They feel safe in the hands of the corrupt leaders. They don't feel safe. And that is why even after 1992, the fight for the second liberation, it has become almost impossible for any leader who actually fought for the second liberation to do what? To rise to the presidency. Why? Because there's a way that they eat together. And they own the media too. So what they tell us is what we want to consume. But at the corridors of power, they know finally how to reconcile what they said and what they are going to do. And we are the one being sacrificed here. And if we don't want to continue being sacrificed, we have to completely put down the structures and the systems that has helped these people to continue to do what they have done against us. But otherwise, for the electoral bodies, for the judiciary, so on and so forth, these are only tools that helps, exacerbate the rule of the Rutos. We look at Ruto as an individual, but Ruto is a system. Ruto has brothers. We are not talking about blood brothers. We are talking about his character brothers. Those who eat, drink, kill, sustain power through what he does. There are many in the IRS. There are many in the ports. There are many in all our institutions. So if they are brothers to him, don't you think that they have sworn to protect him? So I think the only solution is, again, to think to do the impossible again. What was done when the GNC did it, and also exert more pressure, given the fact that now even Tanzania is willing to do it on the 9th of December. I think these three countries can combine their all agitation together and cause a hemorrhage in the whole of East Africa, so that we can make a larger, appeal to the international world and to the world that not even Congo's gold and cobalt can be smuggled through these countries. Once we stop that we are in anarchy, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Southern Sudan, all of us, and there is no passage of that cobalt, I think then we will be able to make a little bit of change. And that change maybe in the future will be significant. But as for now, everybody that is sitting around is pretty seated, because they are able to do anything that they want, and they get over it and they get away with it. That's my take. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you for that. So, Bwana Mbudi, I want to ask you a question. I know there are so many things which we are looking at, especially the collapse of leadership in Kenya, which is now evident. So there's no two ways of judging it. There is now collapse in leadership, and we don't know what we need to do in terms of that. You have talked of revolution, which I liked, and maybe Kenyans, I don't know, Kenyans, we will reach them as the last resort. But the question which I was asking you is, do you think today's by-elections, they offer a sample reaction of frustration of Kenyans, or it is just the usual fights which we have been doing, like even the other time when we had issues in Kenya, or now we have a different form of fight? We had the 1992 fight, 92-91 fights. Is this fight different, or it is the usual ons and offs when Kenyans have to fight, they normalize issues, and we return back to status quo, or it's a different war which we have?
I don't have a measuring gauge for that, but for sure, I've not been consistent to watch because it has been very painful. But I will tell you, this election has been a game changer in one area and one region that for a very long time has been taken advantage of. And if you don't know, I think that is the backbone of the problem that you have seen in the last 1 week, because if you allow it, and I hope Kenyans will look at it with audacity and acknowledge that we had a moment to save this country, and that moment is still an opportunity for us to do. And that is the gift of the articulation of Natembeya. This time around, I think the Luyas have truly found somebody who can engage their minds and brains into thinking and dismantling the oligarchs and the old adage. If you looked at this election, I think one by-election has totally put the three men who have always been at the epitome of the Luya politics, that is Atuli, Mudavadi, and Wetangula. And the one man who has single-handedly put them into shame is Natembeya. The only person who had the audacity to, again, to answer him back was Mudavadi, who actually said, tutaweka mtu mkali sana akutoe. Because, and he was confirming that already huyu mtu ni mkali na wanataka wamwekee mtu mkali, which actually was an embarrassment to Mudavadi.
Na huyo mtu ni Nakomincha, because Nakomincha ndiye nimesikia so far launch her bid for Trans Nzoia.
Hakuna mtu hiyo sasa hiyo ndio inaitwanga hot air.
So sijui kama Nakomincha ndiye Mudavadi anajaribu kutuhintia ndiye wanataka I didn't even know that the government can say we will sponsor somebody. That is the word which you use. We will sponsor somebody for you. Eh?
Yeah.
I was laughing.
So what I was answering your question is, now if you saw how Natembeya articulated, and I want to put Natembeya into perspective, because I think many people fail to understand that whatever transpired to even trying to assassinate Natembeya, that was an outright assassination. If you don't know, that was supposed to be an assassination in whichever way you may take it. They couldn't take it anymore. You know, Natembeya was so articulate. He said this election ni kukomboa heshima ya Mluya. And you know, he consistently said something until, you know, it started reverberating in the minds of Luya. Tumechoka kuwa watchman, tumechoka kuwa watu wa kuchimba kaburi. Si ati hizi kazi ni mbaya, si wengine wazifanye, na sisi tufae suti na tai na tukae kwa nini? Kwa meza mahali wanaume wanaongea. You know, you don't, from far, Njiru, that message may not hit you so hard. But I'll tell you without a doubt, a man who went to Lugulu Primary School from class 1 to class 8, who went to Nawabukusu. I know Kibukusu vibaya sana. So when it comes to, I don't know how unfortunate these people are. They have one of the best mission schools in the whole country. I don't know if you know that. Western region actually welcomed the missionaries, and they built some of the best schools. But I don't know how they end up becoming the watchmen. I swear to you. And hii kitu wanasema ya kuchimba makaburi, it is very true. So, and there are so many. And for once, they were not ashamed to acknowledge that, you know what, this is what we have been doing Sisi tukimaliza tu hivi form 4 Nairobi watchman, that is it. And Natembeya has been saying that thing over and over and over to the point now it has become, you know, the mantra narrative within the society. You know, he would say, nyinyi wa Kabras, nyinyi ndio Yesu ambaye alikufa msalaba kuokoa Wayahudi. Waluya wote 17 wanawaangalia. Mnaweza kutukomboa ama mtatusaliti. So whatever money they took there, whatever message they took there, whatever aeroplanes they took there, whatever position they were given, did not equate the words of Natembeya. This man single-handedly destroyed them. Now, let me give you now the punchline that he gave them. He said, he reminded them constantly, hii ndio jamii namba 2 kubwa Kenya mzima, sio Wakalenjin. He kept saying that. And you know, it was hurting the Kalenjins more. Wakalenjins are not the second biggest tribe in this country. We are the biggest. He kept on repeating until, you know, it used to agitate the Kalenjins, more especially Faruk Kibet. And then he went further, say, iko mtu wa class 7 hapa anakuja kukalisha wazee wetu hapa chini, wanapiga magoti. Umaskini ni mbaya watu wetu. Paka baba yangu na ndugu yangu wanapiga magoti kwa mtu ya class 7. Umaskini ni mbaya. Then he goes in to speak the Luya language, which he was so fluent in all the subdialects of the Luya. So let me tell you, this election has exposed the vulnerability and a new alliance that was not foreseeable before. You know, for a very long time, even when Uhuru wanted to become the president, he had to go and join the Kalenjins because he understood. And for Ruto, he had to come and coerce the Kikuyus. But now, the Luyas are fronting themselves as the alternative, no matter what. And they are saying, we agree, which is also a political statement. And I'm talking from a strategical point of view, not a political point of view, a strategical point of view, that if the Kikuyus are number 1, we are number 2, and the Luyas are larger than the Kalenjins. Yes, the Kalenjins have been joining the Kikuyus and the Kikuyus joining Kalenjins and forming the government. So we are the wild card here. And you know what he has done? They've been playing the messages of Nani, and I'll send you that to play over here, of Kijana Wamalwa saying, I'm 100% sure this time we have put the Luya community into one basket. We will vote in one basket, but where that basket will go, we don't know. But the basket is there, but where it is going, we don't know. So I think Natembeya has hijacked the Luya leadership, not in a conniving way, through merits. I will call it in a meritical way. And he has ascended to where he is. And you can almost see that even Kijana Wamalwa is lower than him right now in regards to. And Sifuna also, because of the politics of ODM and the disadvantage he has of still sticking there, it looks like Natembeya has become the what? The prince charm of the politics of Kenya. Now, having said that, the politics, this by-election has shaped totally the politics of Kenya. Going forth, if Natembeya continues, whether they withdraw his, because I saw that now Murkomen is confirming that he has withdrawn his, and every time you do that, you know, you expand the prominence of a person. Every time you take the security of a person, and that is what we did last time by interchanging the security. Matiang'i interchanged and removed and start saying this guy kwa ng'ombe zake ako na hii security nini nini. So anytime security ya mtu, you give him sympathy, okay, because this person now is capable. Every time you shoot him, every time you go to his house, every time you take him out of the office, you are making him look like he's the real man now fighting. Now, and you can see the people coalescing around him. These are people like Boni Alwale, who is a bullfighter, who I really don't like, but for the sake of politics right now, we can use him kama sabuni and itaisha tu. I like what Malcolm said, slay queens wanazeeka na wanaokoka. So nani atazeeka na ataokoka tu kisiasa. I'm not saying on a feminine level. Anaitwa nani? Boni Alwale. But truly the politics of Kenya has changed because of Natembeya and how he has handled the Luhya people and how he has spoken to the Luhya people, and now the Luhya people have a message that wamechoka kukuwa watchmen, wamechoka kufanya nini? Kuchimba makaburi, wamechoka kufanya hizi vitu zote, na wanataka wavae suti, na hiyo suti means that they are also agitating either for the president or the deputy president. So Kalonzo na Matiang'i have a big task if they will be the opposition leader. So I think this boy is positioning himself way beyond anybody thought. That is my take.
Comfort unaweza react.
I'm cooking for the people. I'm listening. Unless you have a question.
Let me say something, Bwana Njiru. Bwana Njiru.
Go ahead, Stone Pike. Njiru ni kama ameshikwa.
Njiru anakuanga na interviews zingine very interesting. Sasa Bro Alex umeguza mambo. It is very interesting that some of the things that some of us might think are obvious, like the way you look at something and you are maybe 3 or 4, 5 of you looking at the same thing, then you'll be amazed when you are told to write what you are seeing. The variety of answers, mpaka you wonder. There is one lecturer who gave us a color gray. To me, it was gray. He put it there. He asked each one of us what we were seeing. My friend, some of the answers I heard, I would be shocked. Some people calling gray green. Others calling it whatever. I'm trying to say, like now in our Kenyan politics, some things may look so obvious and giving a very clear trajectory, but then when you listen to some of these leaders and analysts and whoever they call themselves, baka unashindwa, kwani in Kenya there is a school people go to train on ignorance and also distortion of obviously looking facts. Today, and you've alluded to that, Lex, and not even today, it has always been on record since we got independence that tribe this was number 1, tribe this number 2, this number 3, and that and that and that. And it was repeatedly confirmed during successive census. Until at a time now, when somebody came and started to distort, to try and distort the facts that have been confirmed by Muzungu. Then Muzungu handed over to us and we confirmed the same. Then after 1978, what we knew as facts began to change. Mpaka kama ulikuwa unajua kwenyu ni mbere, unaanza kudoubt. Umepanda basi pale Machakos Country Bus, tulikuwa tunapanda basi ilikuwa inaitwa Kirima Bus Service na Jogoo Kimaki and all this. Mpaka unaanza kudoubt, ukiona inaenda imefika Thika, alafu unaanza kushindwa, are we going to Embu ama unaenda wapi? Because of how we had been intoxicated. You know, you read a history book, you see things mpaka unashindwa, haya kwani hapa pakoaje hapa? And this is Moi. It's Moi who came and changed some of these things. But now you wonder, where were our leaders, the genuine people, the people who are upright, that could not stop some of those narratives? Where were our leaders who could not stop the 844 system? Who should have asked, what is wrong with this other system? And who else is changing education system? And if we are changing, what is it are we aiming to change? And why should we change? Those questions were not asked. We are selling and killing parastatals. Why are we doing that? Nobody questioned. Now the population pattern changed, demographics changed. That now Kikuyus number 1, Kalenjin number 2. So Luyas stopped giving birth. Walipewa walikuja, their women were given extensive birth control. Actually, hata si birth control, stoppage. They stopped producing, and then Kalenjins produced 2 times to overtake. I have never heard of a population that overtakes the other unless there is serious successive calamities over decades. Why am I giving this? It came mpaka tukachangiwa narrative kwamba, these people are not supposed to be here. These ones are the ones who are supposed to be here. Now these people have ruled us for so long. We need now to have this. Until instead of saying, can we now entrench ourselves in fair elections? Let people go into competition on fair ground. Let's build on that. We started circumventing facts and refusing to face what can really shape what we need to shape. Political hygiene can always give birth to very healthy competition and leadership, whereby you will not need to circumvent and change what are actually historical facts into fake ones. Okay, we start even changing things not for the sake of merit and quality, it's for who will benefit from what. Discard this education system, start this new, discard this syllabus, start a new syllabus, so that we have new textbooks which will be manufactured or developed by so and so, and then so and so will get cut. So in short, it is corruption. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, corruption up to 10. No one wants to really focus on how can we kill corruption. I hear people going on platforms, even on the national TVs, and saying corruption is everywhere. That's a justification. A professor saying that corruption is all over the world. I would never say that. That because corruption is all over the world, so for us we should go slow on it. It is a very lazy and backward kind of a statement. That I don't want to get 100% because no one gets 100% anywhere in the world. So unakaa kwa desk unafanya exam with the laziness. You don't want to score an A because not very many people score A's in the world. What kind of thinking is that? What kind of thinking? I remember when we were going to school, we would never impress our dad with whatever marks we got. But later we carpeted him, when we became of age and during family time when we were joking and, I remember we cornered him and asked him, Daddy, now you tell us the truth. How come there's no one time you really congratulated us when somebody got, let's say, maths alipata 98? Hata nikijaribu nipate 98 ulikuwa unasema wewe, hiyo mbili ulianguka kwa nini? You know, then he laughed. He said, had I not told you that, had I shown you that you must score, you are the best and all that, you would not be who you are. You know, it's not that I didn't appreciate what you guys were doing. And then he reminded us, you remember, like every time you scored this, I did this. I threw this for you guys. I did. Then we were like, oh, okay. So what we expected him to pronounce to us that fantastic, guys, you got it. That is it. And that time, ukishaambiwa hivyo, naturally you would think you are the best, and that's it. So what I'm trying to say is, if we could get a breed of leaders, even one rogue one, let me use that term, akuja aseme hapana, hata sasa akubali tu aseme it's not elections that will give us what we want. Go rogue, mobilize people like Guinea-Bissau. Wamesema there are a few officers, yeah, a few officers, a few of you. It will never be all of you. It will never be all of us. Look at what the Gen Z did. We stopped it. Unfortunately, we regret to date. One man stood and stopped a whole revolution. Shame on us. Shame on us. A whole revolution that was going to give us the change that we wanted. One human being stopped it. Alisimama even akasema. So equally, we can have one or two human beings who can come and say enough is enough. And that's it. We can begin from Mbeere North election. We can begin from Malava election. Mtu tu atoke, piga. And this is where I count on Gachagua, because I think it's the likes of Gachagua that I know. He's my worry, actually. I can say like Alex, me and Alex and some few of us, we didn't want to even subscribe to Gachagua, even an inch. But he has earned it from us. And that is what life is all about. You could have been a murderer, but how you redeem yourself quickly and regret and go on your knees flat, and then also now start showing fully that I regret what I did, and this is what I'm doing to try, and I may not recover the bodies of the people I caused the death, but I'm regretting, and I want to make it even better and make sure that nothing like this will ever happen. Gachagua has cleansed himself many times in public, even quoting Catholic prayer, which we say, it's my fault, is my fault, is my fault. Yeah, and he has held the bull head on. Sasa mtu mpaka ameanza kushika nini buffalo pembe jameni na anaipin chini. You will only be very, very naive and thankful not to come around and also try to hold the legs so that you slay the mongrel. Yeah. So Gachagua could be, but we need somebody, we need some people to join with that same force. Now, in the midst of that, we need now somebody to come and pronounce and say, it's not about Maandamano, it's not about this. We have seized power. Hatu anasemanga, oh, iwezekani Kenya sijui nini. Not in our lifetime, not in this. So, it's only Uchuka who tried it. Yeah. Though poorly planned and this kind of a thing, but it shook Moi. Ilimuonyesha chamchama kule. That's why he became who he was and went on for 24 years. So that brings me to the conclusion that Kenyans, we are so coward that we have been blackmailed and doomed with the so-called we are democratic, we have the best constitution, we have to, just like the way the Bible was brought to us, tukaingia mzima mzima. In Kenya, almost everyone is saved. Okay? Kila mtu is saved, and we all talk like, brothers to Jesus. Okay? So equally, politically, we have been maimed and we've been made to think we are one of the best countries in the world. Okay? Even when people are dying, the stories are going. Right now, I hear even some figures coming and saying our economy is recovering, at what rate and all this. And I can't hear people disputing. I can't hear, doesn't our opposition
have scholars, elites, people who can come and say this is nonsense. Nobody is disputing this thing. Nobody is disputing. Wanjigi came, he did the figures he was doing. I think he's tired now because it's like anapigia mbuzi guitar. Yeah, he came, he exposed these all their deaths and all that and this, and the Kenyans do nothing about it. Watu wanasema tu sasa itakuwaje? So we are desperate. Hatuna uwezo. Yeah? When I took a break from even these TV show, these shows, is because I realized we have no direction tunaenda, And then I was saying that I'm coming to talk what? Tunakuja kuanalyze nini? I'll just say like what Comfort is saying. I don't want to come and narrate stories. Let me go and give oral literature to my kids and those who want to listen about the origin of Mbere, the ceremonies of Mbere, why the Mbere people now are on the map of Kenya. When people didn't, you would tell people you come from Mbere and people are like, oh, okay, you come from Meru. I would want now to have those kind of lectures to people who care. Otherwise, politics in Kenya is hopeless. It's hopeless. Yeah. And but there are people who are willing to take the bull by the horn if they could get support. But in Kenya it's like unaanza kupiga nduru, ukianza kuenda hivi tear gas kanista moja ikitupwa, unaangalia unakuta uko peke yako. Yeah, the same thing, in terms of you come, you say Ruto is bad, Ruto is it, then all of a sudden you realize you are the only one standing. The rest of the people are telling, yeah, he's bad, but let's wait until 2027. I've never heard this kind of, sijawahi kusikia hiyo. The only person nilikuja nikasikia akisema it should be yesterday is Martha Karua, and Kalonzo joined in. So why are these other people? And in every meeting they keep on preaching. Ni one term, lakini why do you have to say ni one term lakini ni 2027? Si useme ni one term, watu wakitaka leo wafanye. Why do you keep on reminding people that hapana, unajua sasa hatuwezi ni mpaka 2027, which means you are whipping us, you are intimidating us, you are following Baba scripture ile ya kusema mandi tutatokezea, hii siku ni destiny, hii siku ni hii siku ni hii 2027 urudi tuambie sasa tumeshindwa twende kotini. We are a country of this BS. Let me pause there, Njiro.
Well, I could touch on that part where they say that we are a country of laws and the Constitution. The Constitution says elections is every 5 years, so we have to follow the Constitution. And that's why people keep saying 2027. But do they also say the Constitution is not working for us when kids are at home and not in school? Do they say Constitution is not working for us when you don't have universal health or there are no meds? Does the Constitution say anything about institutions not working? Like Kenya Bureau of Standards. Can you imagine putting corrupt people in Kenya Bureau of Standards? And then we wonder why everybody has cancer, even babies. Children in Kenyatta Hospital, there's a wing for cancer. When did children start having cancer? Because we have very key institutions that need to function, but we don't have the right people there. They don't have the people's objectives at heart. We take it very lightly when we hear a top guy has gone to India, has gone to Dubai, has gone to South Africa for treatment. What happens to Wanjiku? Why don't we have Kenya National Hospital, where some of us were, Kenyatta Hospital, where some of us were born, used to function? The little clinics at the university, I remember my dad was a professor there at the University of Nairobi. The small clinic there was functioning. You go there, you get your jabs. I don't even think they were charging anything. City council schools, I don't think we were paying more than 50 shillings or even 10 shillings. I can't remember the cost. So I think institutions have been filled by cronies. They've been filled by people who are just there for what they can make and what they can grab, and they don't care. They really don't care. They have got high fences. secure compounds, that kind of a thing. So their life is going on. So in Kenya, we do have the 1%, like the way we have the 1% here. But what scares me is that maybe about 10 years ago, if I stood somewhere, I probably had maybe 3 broke people around me. Now you stand somewhere and you have 100 people broke. You're wearing a watch, you have a handbag, you've got what, you're about to enter your car. How long will people wait before they say, no, even me, I need some of this stuff? I saw that when I was on Gong Road driving, and at first people used to have their wares at the side of the road. Soon they started coming towards the car. Now they're knocking the window, buy something. That is between you and somebody desperate telling you, just buy one thing for me. I go home and buy unga. Next time, in another short period, they'll not be banging at the window. They're just going to break it and take what they need. It's become so pushing people to such a level, and the numbers are so huge. That's not a country you want to be a president of, and keep on pushing. Like now, who saw that speech of how Kenya is doing so well? And nation, what do you call it? The nation, the speech to the nation, whatever it's called. Lies.
State of the nation.
Yeah, state of the nation. State of the nation. Oh my God. I could not believe it. State of the nation. You should have said state of me and my family and a few of my cronies. That's what he should have said, not state of the nation. Things are thick. I'm telling you, things are thick. So
Comfort, let me tell you something while you are at it before I forget. You know why he was getting that standing ovation?
Why people are crying? I couldn't understand.
Let me tell you.
The M-Pesa.
You will be shocked. You will be shocked.
Okay, tell me.
Now that state of that standing ovation. It was people are paid the deposit. Okay, deposit was 50,000 each. For you to perform well. Then by the end of it, you will get 100,000 if you are seen how many times you led in the ovation.
Wow.
This is not a rumor.
Oh my goodness.
Yani walilipo 150,000. Maybe kuna wale maybe walipata more, but that is the flat figure that we got from very many sources.
I couldn't believe it. I was trying to see whether maybe something 10 years ago or something. I couldn't see the date. I couldn't believe it. Oh my God. I was like, what? That's the state of the nation, not state.
I would want Alex to ask the good friend of his, Kibagi, whether what I've said makes sense. Amuulize privately.
I could not be even weeping with the excitement of how he's done so well. My God, you guys, I don't know how history is gonna judge us. I really don't know. But you see, it's a performance, and some people are recording that. So that news goes all over the world. I mean, it's an innovation, best president. But it is scary. It is scary, but again, like I said, we have a disconnect and a reset issue. Like now, that thing of resetting is the worst thing. We interrogate, we complain, we watch people, debate on TV, what's happening. Another headline comes up that, 50,000 people, somebody has taken 50,000 acres of a piece of land, and a few people have been killed. Life continues. As for the wildebeest, those people, those animals, what have they done? Can you imagine they swim they navigate across the crocodiles? They get to the other side. They're all jammed. There's traffic because of Ritz-Carlton, the hotel. If you're rich enough to do a safari, you stay in a hotel in Nairobi or Naivasha, and then you take a Range Rover, whatever it is, go see the animals. You don't have to wake up in the park at the river where the wildebeest are crossing. That's supposed to be the 8th wonder of the world. The wildebeest, the migration of the wildebeest. Now, those animals, they're going to now realize that is not a pathway. How many died? It's crazy, and that is supposed to be the second income earner for Kenya, tourism. But such decisions driven by greed, building a hotel, Ritz-Carlton inside the Mara. But yeah, so much to be said. Then our sleep reset. Tomorrow, let's see what the election will do. But like I said, all those police there and everything going on, and we've been told by Ricky G, the truthful man, electricity will disappear around 5 when they're counting. All that is because a minority is supposed to win. But what can we do? In fact, this is when I'd wish Moi was there to bring Mlolongo. Then we see clearly who is lining up behind the Karis, whatever. Who is lining up. Then we just count. I know, now I see how Moi got to that position of Mlolongo. Because those are not many votes, 25,000 votes. They can be counted within 2-3 hours in different locations, and then we just whatever. But that transmitting for them not to say that total happened, the issue comes in. Now they'll say from this school we're transmitting. Don't transmit. We've counted, put it on Facebook, put it everywhere. The totals for each classroom. We'll do the math, even in the US. We'll do the math for each classroom, how much was who got what. That Ukora starts there. You can't say you need a whole day and go into the night to count 25,000 votes. Then how will you do with the whole country? So those kind of questions need to be amplified. We can say how many stations, how many agents are there, 25,000. We should know the results within 6 hours, daylight. The Constitution says something about what time we should finish counting or the voting should end. We shouldn't be continuing into the night. That's why Ukora starts. So, yeah, there's so many things you can say about it.
Comfort, let me ask you a question. Because umeleta hiyo story, we can count. Do you think the candidates or maybe the people responsible for our place, the opposition, can we manage to get those forms and we tally it for ourselves?
Yeah, but that is how IBC does it. Your agents are in each of the classrooms. That is where the money Junet, they didn't bring the money to the ground. So when I went to cast, I could see my cousins, they were all there in each classroom, my relatives were all there, but they were all UDA. But they were just seated there. But there were no agents from Azimio. So I just knew I voted. Then I was told to leave. I was told to go get out of the school. They go away.
And it is the same thing. Kidogo, Murkomen is also saying the same thing. Ukipiga kura uende nyumbani. That's what Murkomen said.
Yeah, and that is exactly what happened. So that, and I wondered why am I being? I was followed up to the gate, like get out. So that is what they're gonna do, and maybe that's why the police are there.
Let me ask, Comfort.
Yes.
Let me ask. You are a candidate that time, isn't it? 2022?
Yes.
No, you should not. A candidate was never supposed to be chased. You are even allowed to move from one polling station to another.
Correct. Because after I voted, because I went now, I was at the Thika Stadium. I was an observer there. And I saw even Moses Kuria, they came, they were there, a big mob there, they're walking all over the place. And I saw, but you see, they were UDA. And then I was asking, as an observer, I was asking those people who are counting, why do you have backpacks over here? They said this is their lunch. I said, then there should be a tent for your lunches. Okay? Then I saw
they are not supposed to be inside the polling, the room.
No, this is what the voting at the stadium were tents. They were like kind of tents.
Oh, tents.
The people counted, they had big backpacks. I said that's not the size for anybody's lunch. We should now get a tent where if you have backpacks, we put them over there. That's what because those backpacks, when you're not looking, they just fill in for somebody and they put in. They can even change after your biometrics has come. The one they put in the one they want to put. There's a lot of Ukora going on.
And then let me clarify something, Comfort, to everyone here. This rigging, when we talk of rigging and stuffing, it's not that mtu anakuja na kura elfu sijui ngapi. It is kidogo, like 50 votes per polling station. Can you say if you did, for example, you added 50 times 134?
Yeah,
That is a
now,
lot of votes.
yeah,
Yes.
right. And that is now when Camargo came in, and now when the numbers were now being transmitted to PDF and then back up, is when they were taking 5 from here, 10 from there, 20. They added 3 million votes. Just taking a few here and there. So there's a lot of horror, but people didn't follow it up. They had ethical hackers who saw everything, what happened. We were there. We saw when we captured one of the people from Holland and we saw many things that were going on. I don't want to say because it is what it is. But now moving forward, those rooms, and I sent a message, it was yesterday, I said there should be no opaque boxes in any room. They should be clear. We need to see them empty, because if it is 5 a.m. that they want to finish the mambo, by the time people start voting at 8, then they should not be, they should be empty. The boxes, the agents have to assure that and those boxes are transparent, translucent, you can see through. They should be able to see the first person on the line, should be able, and most of them, just put your Gen Zs in the first line. They'll say, me, I came, I was the first one to start voting. The boxes were half full for this candidate. Those are the kind of reports we need. And,
Also, there is, okay, I'll also reveal something that we are doing for Caris, opposition in Mbeere North. The agents, anyway, even if they hear this, it's up to them. They planned that the agents, they have some whistle.
Don't say it is something.
Okay, let me not say that. Let me not say that.
Don't say anything. Let's say it after, because desperate people do desperate things. There's somebody listening here. Maybe even
but this other one I can say that what I experienced in the last one, they intimidated, the candidate, the agents for Azimio. The police would come and say, kila mtu toka nje, kila mtu toka nje, toka nje, toka nje. You know the way they on cause people. Yeah, toka nje, toka. Then the agent would ask, kwa nini tutoke nje? Unaambia toka nje, tunasema utoka nje. And in that confusion, even if it's 10 minutes, yes, 10 then minutes something, yes, 10 minutes of you are not seeing what they are doing, and they do whatever they do. And remember, in some places, they didn't do what they are supposed to do. You are supposed to count and then put a copy on the door of that stream for anybody to see, anybody to take a picture, even at a cafe the following day. That remains there. Inaonyesha what was the total votes for each candidate.
And when Nakia said that is what elections should end at the polling station. I know that's one, but there's a law. Nakia passed it some years back about elections should end there. The quarter that was at Bomas. Wow. Yeah, it couldn't be. We were just even
so tonight.
When I socialize now, they've all come out to start saying how the elections are going to be. Those who are the people, by God, we were seeing them what they were doing. But
Sholai was walking in and out and
But lakini now that when you say protect, what does that mean? You have voted, you step outside, you'll be told go home. But askaris will come and hit even tear gas. You finish voting. That is what they're gonna do. But the results, I don't know how they're gonna do that. Maybe they'll put a curfew. Maybe they'll say by 7 o'clock, kila mtu will be in your house. So divide and rule the chaos. Because if the results don't go what we have seen and what we know, there's a problem. There's a real problem. There's gonna be a real problem. That's why it's one election to watch closely, but let's not make these mistakes if we get to 2027. IBC has failed. They should all be sent home. All those rules they have broken. They read newspapers with us and see that people are being given lollipops, sukuma wiki. They're being given the aid, the food aid. They're being given money. It's there. Everybody knows. IBC knows, but they do nothing about it because they're also getting money in hotels. So what elections is that? What are we doing? What are we doing? There's no election. It's null and void. I don't know. There's no election that is going to happen. Malava, it will be the same thing. IEBC should all be sent home and we redo it based on these elections. That they did not remove that guy, change his name. They ignored money being used and people campaigning as Paka today, the people who are still campaigning. Malava, Kina Faruku, they are giving 2,000 per person. Near, is it Panyoke, whatever is the guy, Panoke, whatever. His home. His home. He was complaining at his home, just there, like now your neighbors there, being given 2,000 by Quebec the day before elections. And what does it say? That is a 6-year sentence.
Wacha hivyo, si Karwale amesema comfort Karwale amesema wamepelekwa mpaka mattress.
It says, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter whether it's lollipop or those who are getting 10 million or 100 million. Our laws are clear. IBC knows it. It's in the newspaper daily. They're also getting it. An IBC person goes to Kilifi, wherever it is, and is the one who is dishing out the money. What kind of nonsense is that? So that's not an election. We need to redo it. We need to stop and just fire all these people. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's just too much. So wacha tu monitor tu leo vile kutakuwa. Although nimesikia Mbudi akiwa na taswishi mingi sana. So like Madam Comfort, do you think we can be assured of having an election ama ni unless sasa we guarded too much na watu watokezee kama mcho? Do you think
the results are already clear? I mean, we're just gonna go through the motions, the chaos, that kind of a thing. But these people, you don't know how narcissists work. People have been talking about this election is gonna tell us who is gonna even win the next election or how the elections are gonna be. They're carrying a lot of weight, and these people don't care. They're probably gonna just take it. They'll take it. You cry for a month or 2 months, and then that's what we do.
So you want to say that Kasongo akiba hiyo uchaguzi tu tutakubali tu? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, you make noise, you be tear gas, you go home, and then after a week, you'll be okay. Utapona.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think it can still technologically? Makimski, yani sasa tuseme sasa sisi tunangojea waimbe manually, lakini kumbe hata kura inaibiwa na technology.
No,
do you think that can happen?
Because of the agents, and it's just a few. It's just that one can be done for that when it's country election, but this is just 3 wards. 3 wards, the agent should be able to, somebody's gonna say something, and like we said, RG has got everybody in every part. Whatever they'll do, there's somebody who will tell us exactly how they did it. And it's a small one. So electronically, you cannot now change. Like I said, we need to watch the numbers. If there are 25,000 registered voters, we can't have somebody winning with 60,000, period.
Ama pia nini disparity kubwa sana, ama tukute ati mtu wa Kasongo ako na 40,000 na wetu wako na 15. Pia numbers should not flip too much.
No, but I'm saying if there are 60,000 votes and there are only 25,000 registered voters, what does that tell you? And
okay, that one is manipulation. That one is manipulation.
Yes, let me say.
No, but kile kitu nasema pia pia tuanze kukuta ati mtu wa Kasongo ako na kura mingi sana ati kuliko wetu, ati kwetu ameachwa na like 40%. It should also be arrested that kuna kitu ilifanyika. So
yeah, but but as Kenyans, like I say, Kenyans are wonderful people for an authoritarian. What will you do? You'll make noise, you'll scream, that day will still set. And then next week, then people, the next day, they're going to their business, you're making noise, people will go to court, they'll do what? it is done. That's how it is. And now somebody said Baba is no longer there who makes people riot. So,
But there is Gachagua. Do you think Gachagua ako na hiyo
that is
he
what
has
it's
capacity
so clear
to
that
defend?
people don't. Everybody has said must go, even children. So if you are must go candidate and you win, especially in that area, it is an obvious rig, and that is why it can throw the region or even the country. It can be the spark, like the Algerian or Tunisia spark. That's what I'm saying. You don't do that. Some things you just choose your battles. But this is not right. I hope they don't do that. But I know they will. they still will. People, they know Kenyans, they know us.
Do you want to maybe comfortable nikuulize before ya tufunge, because we want to go and prepare ili tuweze kuleta show ya kuanzia 6 because tunataka pia kupanga hiyo sana. So let me ask you, do you think Kasongo is desperate to deliver Mbere? Just asking you, do you think is it
because he's a guy
for Kasongo?
Yeah, he's a guy of perception. He's a guy of perception. If he takes Mbere, takes Malava, and all those other places, it means that he should be the one to win 2027. It's perception. It's all about perception. Give me people money, they cheer. The same people cheer for the other person. Perception. And then intimidation. I mean, some of these kids, people in the village have never seen a tanker. Some may not even leave their house to go and vote. So it's called intimidation. All those things are in our constitution, our laws. So it's an unlawful election tomorrow, but it will produce a winner. Okay?
I'm saying na Mswahili alisema usipojenga ufa utajenga ukuta. Wherever Kasongo came from, it has been a too much pain for Kenya. Huh?
Well,
so let me ask you a question, Comfort. Let me ask you a question. Was Kasongo preventable? Was it preventable, or it was a must?
No, there were so many opportunities he had, and he understood the politics. This is a guy who slapped Chesire. This is a guy who did this. What he wanted to get to the top. He was ambitious. I have to give it to him. Smart, strategic, and that was his first job. So he's been there for a long time. So he knows the entire system. He is the system. When they were saying Azimio mukona serikali mukona system nenini tutawanyorosha, he is the system. He is the system. So let me say good night, sir. Tuongea kesho.
Sawa, Comfort, nimeshukuru sana. Thank you for coming.
Yes.
Hata mimi nitafunga because we are having live stream like in the next 1 or 2 hours. We want to start at around 6:30. And the feeds have to be ready for those young men and young women who will be doing live streaming for us.
Yes.
So unaweza fuatilia pia kwa channel, you see if they are...
Send me the message in the WhatsApp. I'll join you at some point.
Yeah, Anita. So we want to see like if there are any hosts wataona hata sisi tukiangalia the way, like I know many people will be streaming it, even other media houses. Ni vile pia sisi tunataka, we also want to have that first-hand account.
Okay.
So, and we hope that Kenyans will resist Kasongo intimidation. I think for me, I'm taking what is happening in Mbere and Marava as a litmus test of revolution.
Yeah, and so is Githinji. So, and he is a narcissist. He has to win. You come in his way, he'll remove you. So just note that. But let's see.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, Comfort, thank you for coming. Patikana, thank you. Hata mimi nitafunga at least so that we can have a small rest before we start off the day. The day is a long one. It's not a joke.
Okay. Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving for those who are already starting on the other side of the continent. Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, friends, brothers and sisters. Tumeshukuru, we have been here for a long time. Mutaniruhusu nifunge hii show. Mutaniruhusu nifunge hii show so that we can be able to open the next feed. So I think in the next very few minutes, you can join our team in the ground for live streaming. So I think Stone PK might also want to say something. So Stone PK, so please, can you confirm to the team, when do you think we are? Saini sangapi Kenya? Let me get my computer. But can you confirm to people here, when should we expect to start seeing first ground reactions?
Sai it's around 5:30. Let's say from around 8 o'clock Kenyan time. Yeah. Well, seven to between 7 and 8. Ndio jamaa wetu atakuwa amefika in Chicago. He will begin with Chicago, ataangalia. Of course, there is a lot of caution. Advise with the ears on the ground, because as much as of course he is from there, but when they see mtu ambaye is from Mbere South, of course, so there might be a lot of suspicion. So he will be a bit careful. Hataenda tu amejinini, nimewambia awe cautious. Kwanza pia akiwa, because amelala Embu, pigie with a few relatives, ajue ground iko aje, climate iko vipi, ndi ajue vile ataingia. Then as soon as he is able to record, tell us anything, we should be able to hook him up. Yeah, I know around 7 o'clock ya huko itakuwa saa ngapi, because right now is 5 going to 5:30. So in the next 2 hours, 3 hours, we should be able to start hearing what is happening. Jiru?
Time ni 5:35. Time ni 5:30.
5:30. So 6:30.
So we actually 30 minutes to opening of vituo. Zinafungwa 6?
Zinafunguliwa 6 officially. I mean on paper they wanasemanga from 6, but inakuanga na those funny delays. But watu wa kuvote, wale wako serious, wanakuanga hapo by 6.
But you see Stone PK, lazima watu wakuwe hapa sababu ya kuconfirm ballot hazina kitu. Nini, maboxes hazina kitu.
Ni agents ndio wanakuanga hapo mapema. Agents ndio wana confirm. Those who have been accredited agents were candidates.
Okay. Ambao hawezi uza.
Wanauzanga wengine, but you see like now, because hii ni ndogo, ni inaitwaje, ni by election, the teams they have very credible people. Wengine ni ma MPs, wengine ni ma candidates, wale watakuwa candidates 2022. Like ningekuwa huko, ningekuwa full agent, siwezi uza. Ukiambiwa usimamie stream 3 hapo hakuna mchezo. So the people who are wale wako agent ni volunteers wazuri tu kabisa, die hards. All right. So our confirm things are okay, we go by that. The only fear that I have personally out of the experience is hiyo nimesema watu kufukuzwa na nguvu. Tokeni hapa sijui nini, nonsense tu. Ukiuliza unashikwa mashati, harassed.
Na tuko na mitigation. Unajua Stone PK lazima tukuwe na mitigation ya kitu kama hiyo. So do we have such mitigation?
I don't know. I'm not on the ground. Sasa sijui hizo kama watamitigate aje, ama itakuwa ni kulament tu. Tulitupwa nje. Like during Azimio, that's what it happened in most places. Agents wetu walitupwa nje. Ukienda kucomplain wanauliza nani alikutupa nje, and it becomes so bad. Inakuwa harassing kabisa.
Na shida ishatendeka. I think that's why nasema for the remaining 2 hours, we better think of how you can react to such. Umefukuzwa na nguvu, what you do? Ni muache mtu mmoja huko, unless maybe mkifukuzwa na nguvu lazima watu wananominate mtu mmoja who can be able to kuachwa hapo very fast.
The reason why kuna hii strategy ya kuwa na supporters uko nje ya kituo ilikuwa ndio nduru ikipigwa for malhandling wanaingilia wana raise issue. Agent akipigwa ama akifukuzwa, akipiga nduru wale wako nje wana react, because ukiwa hapa ndani peke yako haitawezekana. That's why unaona sasa Murkomen ataki supporters wawe karibu, because wakiwa karibu they will tell of those askaris, they will tell of those IBC guys, you know. And in some areas even the IBC watakuwa handled in case wanaonekana wakifanya foul play. That's why they are insisting that watu wakipiga kura waende nyumbani, na hiyo ndio one of the briefs ile polisi wameambiwa huko Embu. That's what they were being told, that they should not condone anybody near the polling the centers, yeah, irrespective of the 100-meter rule. When katiba ilisema watu wanaweza kaa 100 meters wakingoja, I mean the architects of katiba, they knew what they were doing. Yeah, because we are still transiting. We've not been there in terms of where you can vote and go home comfortably like the first world. Yeah, there was a reason that waliweka people can hang around 100 meters away. Because one, for example, you go to my voting area, Karigori, it's a primary school. Hapo kwa gate, which is 100 meters away, kuna kamkahawa. So if we hang around there, why should you come and chase us? We are having our tea. We are playing our draft there. We are discussing there. We could be even dancing there. Why do you want to chase us at saying that we are within Nini? And most of those centers are like that. Most of those schools are like the ones near town. You have places where people can hang around and, you know, and wait for the results. Yeah. So when unaniambia nikivote niende nyumbani, my plan was not to go back home. It was to hang around in Tao, for example, and discuss about our candidates. That is, tujue kunaendaje, tukiplani wala wanakunywa kauji. So when you start now even dictating how people should behave after voting, it is very sad affair.
Na nikuulize, whatever Murkomen was saying, what are his subtle reasons? Like, why is he saying like people cannot remain near the polling station? And 2022, were those the rules? Or even 2017? Maybe can you trace history on that instruction?
2017
instruction.
2017
history.
2017, it was not like that. It has become tight when now they realize the people are reacting. Okay, 2022 is when now they even started chasing people out of the rooms. Okay, 2017, I was there, you know, and there was no chasing of agents out of the room. What they did, they rigged at the constituency level. Okay. That's where they did whatever they did. The computer tallying froze. You know, you ask what is happening, nobody tells you, and then wale watu wa kuhesabu, they are not there. Boxes are there, nobody is opening. You know, like us, for example, because it was in Nyangwa High School. You know, you are left there as opposition. Nobody is even telling you what is happening, but all these other opponents hawako. Masanduku ziko hapo zimekaa, nobody is counting. You know, you ask kwani zitahesabiwa saa ngapi, unaambiwa mngoje. Then all of a sudden people started questioning, wanting to get rowdy, tear gas, boom, mnafukuzwa. And then mkishafukuzwa kidogo mnasikia results zinaannouncewa, cooked figures. You know, what I witnessed, it's something you can't believe. If you narrate to anybody, mtu anafikiria unaweka fiction. But it is terrible. It is terrible. That is how Mutava was pronounced the winner
That is 2017? 2017?
27, yes. No, 2013, sorry.
Oh, 2013. Okay.
Yeah.
2017 ndio aliangushwa.
2017 ndio aliangushwa. 2017 we were I did not go for the whatever. I was with Cyrus in Njiro, so I was doing the entire Embu County. I was one of the main agents. So I witnessed the nonsense that goes on, you know, very, very bad things. The government does things that are terrible. And they even, you know, one thing that people don't talk about, they make sure that any other candidates, kama sasa kuna candidates watano, wanajua wawili ndio very strong. Now these other 4 or 3, they have followers. So they take the votes of those 3 and put to that candidate they want. Nobody ever talks about that. Unakuta in your own polling station, unapewa votes 2. Kwako nyumbani
inaitangwa flipping. Kura inaflipiwa.
Yeah. Mine, for example, the time I was there, out of 496, because out of 526, I got 496. All right, in my polling station, which was 98 point something. Can you imagine they erased the 96 and I got 4 votes? Yes, it is there. And who was my agent there? My brother-in-law. Ndiye alikuwa na ndiye alisign ile karatasi imebandikwa kwa mlango ya classroom 496 votes. Ananipigia simu nikiwa kule Nyangwa. Bro, hapa umepiga 98 point something. Hebu angalia kwa computer wamepost nini? Nikiangalia kwa computer wanapost 4 votes.
And there's nowhere you can go.
Utaenda wapi? Utaenda wapi ndugu yangu? Si ni kucompile alafu after wameannounce ule ameshinda, that's when you start now filing evidence, uende kotini, a lot of work. By the way, let me tell you,
and the same thing by the way happened to kidogo, even Lenny Kivuti nasikia alifanywa hivyo tu.
Lenny Kivuti won very early. You know, Embu's majority of Manyata had decided they don't want Karinda. You remember the politics of Teso Maneno, okay?
Yeah, of course. It was real.
And she's no longer accepted as Nini. Apart from few people in Runyenje kule kwa babake, the rest of them, they think they've had enough of her, which is not in bad taste. No, they are just saying now, please, wacha sasa wa Embu, we ulienda, we endanga ukiendanga sasa. We gave you member of parliament, was it 2 terms? Jero, she was Runyenje MP for 2 terms or 3?
Yeah, 2 terms and 1 term nominated. 3.
Exactly. Those are 3 terms. 3 terms in honor of the dad, who was a very close friend of my dad. So
who did 1 term only? Daddy yake alifanya 1 term.
Daddy yake alifanya 1 term, but he was a leader in other areas. He's the one who really fought for a lot of rights, the Embu, you know. So he really fought. He handled Moi a lot, and they differed a lot with Jeremiah Nyaga, who was Butlika. So Njagi Mbarire, of course, alikuwa anajaribu kupigania Embu at national level, and you know, local people, they don't recognize that much. You know, you can be a national figure, lakini kwenye nyumbani watu wanasema wewe ni bure kabisa, you know.
So Stone PK because uko na experience ya kuflipiwa uchaguzi, is Karish prepared for that?
Karis is prepared for that, and that's why
anyway, he is not a beginner kidogo. Anyway, he is not a beginner because he has already won MP for MCF 3 times. So I think maybe he knows what happens.
No. Listen, you know, if you have time, maybe listen to his speeches. You will see a fighter. Karit is not easy. Karis hata ukisikiza debate yake pale kwa hii Inoro, you can tell a coward from discussion. Karis hata huwa ni kurefrainiwa, huwa anarefrainiwa tu. For him it's fire for fire. Actually he does it my way. Hiyo damu ni yetu. Na damu yetu huwa hata vita ya mkono, we don't feel that dignity yetu imeenda chini nikikugonga mahedi. Unaona? We don't care what people say. We can even fight in public if ikibidi, because like you cannot, kama sasa ningekuwa wakiflip hizo nini zangu, only that they did not, you are not able to know who is doing that. Imagine if I had seen somebody posting 4 on the screen there. Hapo, what do you think? How do you think I would have reacted?
And again, it's Tony PK, you cannot be everywhere. That's also another challenge.
Exactly.
You cannot be everywhere. You are fighting everywhere. So I think it was so unfortunate. And I know your brother-in-law maybe angeweza kupigana hapo. Yeye tu ni vile tu anaona mambo ikifanywa vibaya, but he has no remedy.
No, yeye alisimamia, nimekuambia kwa polling station, it was counted and posted on the door. That is done. Now, na inakuwa transmitted to constituency level. The people who receive at constituency level, they refuse to post what has been transmitted. You get it? So, ule mtu ningepiga mahedi kama ningempata, ni hapo nilikuwa, ule alikuwa na feed computer. Hapo Nyangwa. Njiru, that is how it's done. Like now tomorrow, the polling station is 134. In every door, you will go and see the votes cast hapo. Kila mtu amepata ngapi. Kwa milango, there will be, if people are very strict, it will be right. It will be okay. Itakuwa very well, because it is what people sign. The agents countersign. Na hiyo karatasi ndio inabandikwa hapo. So far, kwa polling station, if you can capture that and quickly record that and ignore anything else that will come will be posted at constituency level, then you will have managed. Okay? So shida ni kutoka hapo polling station, the figure ikipelekwa constituency, hapo ndio mambo inatokea. Na kwingine furugu ikifanywa hapo kwa polling station, watu wakifukuzwa nini na nini, then boxes zinachangiwa, because normally what they do, siku hizi wana hizo boxes zenyu, wakijua vile zimepigwa nyingi ni za Karis, they throw those away and come with the other boxes. Wana interchange the boxes, wanaweka zile wamestaff. Okay, that is one of the things they do. All right, hizo zile wanajua zimepigiwa Karis, wanaweka zile ziko the other guy. If they were like now, by election ni box moja ama mbili, actually normally ni box moja tu pa polling station. Yeah, they take that which has the correct numbers for Karis and they put the one that they have staffed. Hiyo mambo inafanyikanga haraka kabla useme nini, wameannounce, then unaambiwa na enda kotini. That is where, hiyo ndio sasa huwa tumewezwa na hiyo. If you dispute, enda kotini. You know that
kotini utoboi. Washaweka watu wao huko. Sasa ukikuta Martha Koome huko utatoboa.
Yeah, and then na unajua sasa kotini watu wamechoka, watu wako na fatigue and it's money to file the petition. Yeah, but now like this one of by election, luckily if something goes wrong, I believe the opposition can gang up and put a very big fight even at the court. But now how we can get that to God knows. Because hizi kwanza zinahandoliwanga na lower judges. I'm surprised the way ya Magarini, that judge was very bold, where ali reverse hiyo ya Magarini. Such judges should be earmarked by opposition and rewarded in quote if we take the government. Those are people who should be really promoted properly to build the judiciary. People who are bold enough to reverse such elections based of course on evidence and wanakataa kuwa influenced. Those are people who are brave. You can imagine somebody reversing an election result during Kasongo's government. Huyo ni mtu very brave bana. That's a unique judge.
Ni kweli. So Stony PK, wacha tufunge ili tujitayarisha. Mimi nisha set show already, nitakutumia link ushare. So I nisha set show I think nimeweka in the next 2 hours from now. So I don't know.
Umeset ya saa ngapi? Wow.
2 hours from now is what time? Right now is sai ni hebu nione time in Kenya.
Time in Kenya ni 12 minutes to 6.
Nime set show ya 8. Nime set 8. So I don't know. But they can come earlier. It doesn't mean hata kama imesetua 8. If they come earlier, well and good. But at least nime set 8. Hapa.
Oh, sasa wakiingia okay. Yeah. Now ume connect. If I was to 8. If they can come earlier, it's okay. All right, fine. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
Na kutumia link sahi, I have already set show. So, but actually I can start early. Naweza anzia early nikuwe na cheza zile zitakuwa tu kwa media. So it's not a matter because I don't want to, because I will have to wait for them until waingie, because nikiamua kulala naweza lala kabisa. So I will actually by around 7 nitakuwa on just to see the first reactions either from media. So nitafungua tu kungojeanga.
Sawa, nini saa hii nataka
I know maybe right now you can also follow up because sasa unajua sasa ni sasa sasa ndio watu wanaamka sasa. Unajua, I remember when I was voting huko we used to wake up matime kama hii, tulikuwa tunaenda kwa polling station. Like, unajua kuna kuwa na hiyo enthusiasm, yani people want to go and vote. Mimi nilifika kwa Q5 bana I remember like 2017 5 Q ilikuwa ishajaa bwana.
Do you want to know what I was doing with my team? Sisi ilikuwa tuko kwa turning, unajua like 2017 when I was very active for Cyrus, we had our tallying center. Tulikuwa tunaita situation room. Yeah. Sasa hapo hatukulala, sisi tulikaa hapo, watu wale wanakunywa uji. Lakini ukingoja, we were monitoring, we had all our agents in the field with the smartphones, so we couldn't sleep. We were just waiting and then wakaanza kupeperusha situation vile kunaenda, you know. So most of us, we could not sleep. We could not sleep to wake up. And that is where even wengine wanafanyanga wanaenda wanakunywa uji zaidi, wanachelewa kwenda kuvote.
Yeah, sure. That's okay. Anyway, Stony PK, let's close up so that we can now follow up on what is happening in the ground. Tuone pia the mainstream media what they are saying. Maybe pia uweze pia kupigia Karishu wish success. This is the time for people to do that before the first ballot is cast. So yeah, kama is there a way in which people can know the first voter? Unajua like in America naonanga like they usually focus like with the first voter. Can we know the first voter kama like, but I think Kenya we have not reached to that level whereby we focus on the first voter. Like in America there is a place called New Hampshire where poor people who begin voting the first. So I wish better tunaweza jua the first voter na tuambie amepigia nani. That's how you build the momentum.
Sasa out of 134, how would you know the first one? out of 34 polling stations.
Oh, I think because
134.
maybe America it is an electronic system, kuna vile wanajuanga. But maybe in Kenya we are still not yet there where we can know who the first vote.
Kenya is too. I don't know. I don't think you can get. Maybe you can because in the electronic also. I mean, once soon, Kim's whatever you can get. But now you're the IBC because I don't think it's linked. It's not networked. I mean, one polling station with the other. I don't think so.
No, the first voter ni yule vote yake ya ile vote itakuwa tallied ya kwanza. No, the first vote to be dedicated to the Kim's kit.
Yeah, but
there must be a way in which it can be known.
So if there are 134 Kim's kit, how will you know the first one? Itakuwa ni ngumu. Because it's not centralized, I think.
Yeah, maybe that one could be the thing.
That's the challenge.
Ni sawa Stony PK, so let's hope that vitu hazitapinduka leo. People will be resilient. Hizo mahama vehicles zimeletwa. We hope that hazijakuja kuterrorize wananchi. They have just come kufanya lab zao. So I hope. Na we also pray that usikuwe na goons wakitokezea itabidi pia raia wa react sasa. It will be fire for fire.
Ukiona vile walihandoliwa wale walikuja pale Siakago ndio utajua. You know, okay, we did not want to really announce what the counter opposition, but the counter opposition between you and me, it's not easy. Ungeona vile walihandoliwa pale Siakago. And for a group that is coming, aiming to do things, to take off. It was not that walisalimiwa vizuri.
Kunaye nimeona amepostiwa akiwa bila nguo bana. Hata nini inaonekana bana. Umeona huyo wa Marava amepostiwa bila nguo?
Marava. Sijaona.
Akiwa amechapa vibaya sana. Nitakutumia video. I hope sio propaganda ni kitu real. Kuna jamaa amepostiwa bila nguo bana, anafanywa interview. Ati anasema nilikuwa nimetumwa na Rivondo. Kwani Rivondo tena ni mtu ya Ruto? Alirudi kwa Ruto?
Rivondo si anakuanga kwa Ruto. Si Rivondo ni hao watu wa madawa na manini. You know, all these people who are doing those wash things. Hakuna mahali wako na sanctuary, ni kwa Ruto. And if Ruto akitoka, they flip over to whoever is nini. Those are the spoilers of the country. Very useless.
No, but Rivondo 2022 alikuwa pande ya Raila.
Yeah, but I mean it's.
Unakumbuka akitokezea sijui pale nini. There is a place alitokezea kwa TV. Na and he said the truth, akasema mkichagua huyu atarudi miaka 500 ano miaka 50. Uongozi inaenda. Do you remember that speech ya Rivondo?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, sikujua tena alirudi kwa Ruto by the way.
Alikuwa huko Thika nini stadium.
Yeah, huko Thika stadium. Uko na memory sharp bana.
I know him. He's an idiot. People, it's one of those illiterates, you know. Ni wale watu si wazuri hao, ni wale even when they are supporting you ni shida tu.
Yeah, of course, he is a very bad man. Okay, Sari, asante, karibu sana. Sari ati anasema we are ready for pinky. I think hiyo that's a code language for something. Haya, ni sawa Stony PK, wacha tuachane na kutumia ring saa hii. Wacha nikutumie ring ili ukuange nayo.
Sawa.
Wacha nikutumie ring ukuange nayo because we are very serious for this moment. So meanwhile unaweza pia nipigia simu utanielezea what is happening so that I'm also equally lending.
Alafu unajua mimi siwezi upgrade mtu, unajua hivyo?
Kwa upgrade aje?
Siwezi ingiza mtu kwa nini when it's your stream.
Yeah, that is okay. That's okay. Sasa si ndio nasema, that's why I want to be here. Sasa hii nishafika nyumbani, so hakuna pahali naenda, niko hapa sasa, so I can do it comfortably. So just
Sawa. Hata mimi nimefika nyumbani saa hii anyway.
yeah, sure. Hata mimi I had to try. Okay, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, enjoy all. We appreciate. Let's meet in the next 1 hour. Hatukai sana. In the next 1 hour, the live stream is starting. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. What? Okay, now please, kama huja to subscribe, you can subscribe us. Out of the 34 people, please to subscribe ili tuendelee ku grow hii channel. Bye. And thank you for all those who participated. Let's meet in the live stream shortly.